Good evening, everyone. It looks like we have a quorum this evening. I want to welcome everyone to the special City Council meeting of April 13th, 2021, 5 p.m. If we could have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Meyer. Councilmember Rary. Is my audio not working? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Are you guys talking?
Yes.
Yes. We can now hear you.
I'm not sure. They said they could.
Can we start over?
Yeah, that's I'll start. I'll start fresh with roll call. Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary? Councilmember Rary, you're on mute.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Can somebody speak so I can see if I can hear you?
Councilmember Rary?
I can't hear you guys. I think I need to log back out and log back in.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. And since we do have a quorum, and we will wait for Councilperson Rary to log back in and participate. It seems like it's been forever since we've had a meeting. I've seen everybody. Hope you're doing well. Can
somebody say something so I can see if I can hear you guys?
Can you hear us now?
No, I still can't.
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay, all right, now I got you.
Okay.
Terrific. So at this time, I will turn this to the public comments. Margaret, if you could read the public comment introduction.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person. And your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I'm seeing no hands raised at this time.
Okay, since there are no hands raised, we will close public comment and we will move into item 1, and that is to conduct a workshop on the draft fiscal year 2021-22 through 2025-26 capital improvement program. And at this time, I will turn it to Sonia Agostoni and Nue Vu, who will provide the staff report.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great.
Yes.
I'm going to share. Hope everybody is able to see the slide presentation.
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, good evening, Mayor and the members of the City Council. I do want to thank you for attending tonight's annual Capital Improvement Program workshop. The purpose of tonight's workshop is to provide the Council with the opportunity to review the draft 2021-22 through 2025-26 Capital Improvement Program. and discuss with staff any direction or input they may have relating to the Capital Improvement Program or the CIP. We will have a section at the end of our presentation tonight dedicated for council discussion, input, and any questions that you may have of the staff. However, if you do have a question you would like to ask during the presentation, please feel free to do so. The development and production of the annual 5-year capital improvement program is one of the milestones in the city's budgeting process. The city's 2-year budget cycle begins every other year with the City Council's 2-year strategic plan workshop. The workshop for the 2020-21 through 21-22 strategic plan occurred in October of 2019, with the resulting 2-year strategic plan being approved by the City Council in February of 2020. The next 2-year strategic plan cycle will begin in late fall of this calendar year and will cover fiscal years 2022-23 through 2023-24. And generally, any capital projects resulting from the strategic plan process are then incorporated into the next annual CIP. Tonight's workshop provides both the council and the public, if they choose, the opportunity to offer their input on the proposed CIP, which can then be incorporated into the final CIP document. The final draft of the CIP budget is scheduled to be brought forward to council for consideration of adoption at the May 25th City Council meeting. The purpose of the CIP is to address the city's future infrastructure needs, and it outlines a capital plan and the associated funding for the next 5 fiscal years. The CIP projects within the 5-year program are included for various reasons. First, as mentioned, the CIP includes capital projects that are included in the City Council's 2-year strategic plan. Any projects which are also strategic initiatives are identified in the CIP as high priority projects. Next, included in the CIP are other non-strategic plan infrastructure or facilities that are needed for various reasons. These reasons may be as a result of the new development in the city and the growing population. They may be improvements that are needed to increase efficiencies or maintain service levels, or other priorities such as new federal, state, or safety regulations. Also in the CIP are replacement projects. As the city and its facilities mature, the need for new infrastructure declines, but the necessity to maintain and keep the city's current infrastructure in good condition increases. These are 3 of the primary types of CIP projects that you will see included in this year's program. As always, once a CIP is approved, staff works throughout the year with the aim to complete approved projects according to the program's schedule. There are a couple of important points that I would like you to keep in mind related to the CIP. First is that although the CIP is a 5-year capital plan, except for multi-year designated projects, Council is approving funding for projects in the upcoming fiscal year only, in this case, just for fiscal year 2021-22. The remaining 4 years of the program are for planning purposes, and staff will return each year to the City Council with an updated budget for approval. Second, even though the CIP budget is presented to the City Council for approval annually, the budget can be amended at any time with council action. This is important to remember, as there may be projects that are out there on the horizon, but not quite ready to be included in the final CIP budget. However, it does not mean that that project would have to wait an entire year until the next year's CIP to be added, but it could be added at any time throughout the year. Lastly, as mentioned, the document being presented tonight is a draft CIP, and Council will be apprised of any changes that occur between tonight's draft that's being presented and the final draft that's presented to the City Council next month. For example, based on recent Council action, one such change that we know will be incorporated into the final version of the CIP is that the removal of the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District Administration and Fire Station project will be removed from the final document. As you're aware, the COVID-19 pandemic hit in the spring of last year. And in response to that unprecedented situation, the draft CIP budget document at that time was revised accordingly. The adjustments included the removal of 3 proposed CIP projects and reductions to the annual pavement management program funding. Please note, at the May 25th City Council meeting, staff will be presenting a mid-term budget update and financial capacity presentation to the City Council, at which time these project removals and other budget decision points will be discussed. If the discussion on May 25th results in any additions needed to the 2021-22 through 2025-26 capital improvement program, then staff will bring back an action for council to amend the CIP accordingly. During the CIP development, the funding availability plays a key role in how projects are prioritized. What I would like to do now is briefly go over the funding sources that are projected in the CIP budget for the upcoming fiscal year, including multi-year projects. Listed on slide 4 are all the funding sources in the program that are projected for fiscal year 2021-22. Now, for purposes of this slide, loan funding from the state's revolving fund has been excluded. As you can see, development impact fees is the largest source of funding, and it accounts for about 37% of total proposed funding in the next fiscal year. Development impact fees are received as new development permits are issued, and they can only be used to fund public facilities that are needed as a result of new development. The next largest funding source is enterprise funding, and this includes funding from the solid waste, water, and wastewater enterprises. The proposed funding of approximately $9.9 million is 34% of the total, and a little over half of that amount is coming from enterprise replacement funds, while the remaining amount is coming from enterprise operational funds. Grant funding is also a key funding source, and it makes up almost 16% of the total funding. The city actively pursues any possible grant funding and has been very successful over the years in obtaining grant funding that has been used to complete projects that would not have otherwise been able to be completed or to reduce the burden on other funding sources. For example, on tonight's City Council meeting agenda, there's an item for the City Council's approval to apply for grant funding that would supplement the Blue Goose Park playground replacement project. The other source of funding consists of funding from various special revenue and capital project funds, and this makes up about 10% of the total funding. This type of funding is generated from revenues that are legally restricted, and they can only be used for particular purposes. Examples of these limited use funding sources include the Vineyards Project Fund and the Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account Fund. Next, we have replacement funds as a funding source. These funds are the non-enterprise replacement sources such as facilities replacement and parks and landscape and lighting assessment district replacement. And lastly, we do have a very small amount of general fund funding. This amount was previously presented to the City Council in January of this year, and this was for additional pavement management program funding that is necessary to meet minimum expenditure requirements to remain in compliance with gas tax, Measure J, and road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding requirements. A listing of all the funding sources can be found on page 15 of the draft CIP document if you're interested in more details about the various funding sources. So in summary, the draft 5-year plan consists of 58 city projects totaling approximately $270 million. Of that total, almost $109 million is for strategic initiative projects included in the 2021 through 2021-22 strategic plan. Sorry, 2020-21 through 2021-22 strategic plan. $36 million of the total is for other new projects that are scheduled to begin next fiscal year. And then the remaining dollar amount is for new projects that are proposed to begin in years thereafter, or other CIP projects that are being carried forward from last year's CIP. One additional task that takes place during the CIP budgeting process is an analysis is completed of the upcoming development that is expected in the city, and a 5-year forward-looking projection of that development is made. This step is important as the development activity in the city determines certain revenue assumptions as well as our future service level needs. These various assumptions are utilized in the preparation of not only the CIP, but the 10-year general fund fiscal model, and of course, the 2-year operating budget. On slide 6 is the current 5-year development activity projection. Staff completes a thorough review of all of the city's planned developments and estimates how many residential permits are likely to be issued on an annual basis, along with reviewing upcoming non-residential development projects. Once the analysis is completed, a conservative 5-year projection of residential units and non-residential square footage is completed. This current projection includes a 5-year total of 700 single-family units and 280 multifamily units. We are also projecting a combined 270,000 square feet of commercial, office, and industrial development. Please note that the non-residential projections do not include any innovation center at Brentwood projections at this time. However, these will be updated as specific projects within that area are identified. This fiscal year to date, the city has issued 184 new single-family building permits and 97 new multifamily permits. This exceeds the budgeted amount of 175 single-family units and is right in line with the budgeted multifamily amount of 100 units. As you know, the city's CIP program is quite successful, and the city is able to complete several projects every year. Although the COVID-19 pandemic and then the ensuing economic uncertainty last spring did result in the curtailment of a few capital improvement projects, city staff has continued working on projects wherever possible. At this time, I would like to touch on a few of the project accomplishments that we've seen over the past year since last year's workshop. The first project I'd like to highlight, this was actually touched on at last year's workshop, and that is the non-potable storage facility project. The completion of this project is significant in that it facilitates future compliance with regulatory permitting, along with expanding the usage of recycled water throughout the city. The non-potable storage facility project was a strategic initiative project included in the previous 2-year strategic plan, and it was completed in the summer of last year. On slide 8, you'll notice a few pictures of the completed non-potable storage facility. The next project is one that has recently been completed, which is the City Hall automatic transfer switch. This project installed an automatic transfer switch at the City Hall, which provides for continuous emergency power from the backup generator in the event of a power outage. Having this new automatic transfer switch eliminates the need for city staff to manually connect and disconnect the generator during any power outages. Another project that is in its final stages of completion is the Downtown Alley Rehabilitation Diablo Way project. This project includes installation of new water, sewer, and storm drain facilities and removal or replacement of existing infrastructure to bring that aging infrastructure up to current standards. And in this picture here, you can see on the left-hand side of the slide is this project in progress. And on the right-hand side is an example of a completed alley rehabilitation project. Lastly, the reservoir painting and recoating project is scheduled to complete the third of 4 segments by the end of this fiscal year. This project includes the full renovation process of 4 city water storage reservoirs, and these reservoirs are drained, pressure washed, inspected, disinfected, and then they receive a new coat of paint on both the interior and exterior surfaces. This project assures that the reservoirs are in compliance with state and federal regulations, as well as providing a safe and healthy environment for the water storage. At this time, I would like to turn the presentation over to Nue Vu, our engineering manager, to discuss some highlights of the city's current and upcoming CIP projects.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We're really pleased to have this opportunity to share with you some of our current projects and future CIP projects that's coming. So the first of these projects, the first of these projects is the Innovation Center at Brentwood, PA1 Infrastructure Improvement Project. This project includes the construction of Jeffrey Way from Amber Lane to Empire Avenue. It includes installing wet utilities such as water, sewer, non-potable, and drainage. It also includes installing fiber optic conduit from Empire crossing Highway 4. And this will serve the property in that area on the western side. So the project will also help facilitate the development of the Innovation Center at Brentwood. And the project is currently being designed right now, and we anticipate to have construction start the spring of 2022. Next project. So this project is the Vineyards at Marsh Creek Event Center Amphitheater. So the amphitheater project is located within the Vineyards at Marsh Creek development. It is consistent with the development agreement that we have with the developer at Vineyards at Marsh Creek. And the developer has already submitted $3.5 million plus interest to the city for the design and construction of this project. So the design of the amphitheater has already started. Construction is anticipated to begin summer of 2022. And the project aligns with the city's general plan, the parks, trails, recreational master plan. The project also is included in our city's strategic plan. And City Council has already authorized the design build methodology. And we already hired an architectural firm, DOR Group, to prepare the design build bridging documents. And we plan on hiring a design team in the spring of 2022. Next project. So this project is the Aquatic Complex Slide Refurbishment Project. The slides were constructed in 1999. The project will consist of resurfacing the slides and installing waterproof membranes on the stairs and the landing. And this project is currently being advertised and out to bid. And we anticipate to start the project in June and have it complete at the beginning of July of this summer, 2021. Next project. So this is the Blue Goose Park Playground Replacement Project. The park was constructed in 2006. The project will replace existing playgrounds, and staff intends on applying for Proposition 60A for additional funding to our budget. The Park Commission has already reviewed the project last month, and they made recommendations on the type of equipment to install. So the size, the scope of the project is determined whether we're going to be successful in obtaining additional funding through grant. And so if everything goes to plan, we hope to start the project in August and have it completed end of September 2021. Next project. So this is the Downtown Alley Rehabilitation Project on Midway, the alley. So this project includes the installations of water, new water, sewer, drainage facilities, either removing or replacing the existing infrastructure so that we could correct the existing operations and constraint due to the old aging facility. This project will allow us to accommodate the anticipated growth and development in the downtown area, and where feasible, we'll be able to update the facility to current standard. Next project. So this is the water emergency backup generator project. In an event where there is an emergency, the city, we need to be able to maintain power to critical infrastructure so that we can provide water, wastewater services to our residents. So staff has already reviewed our existing infrastructures, and we identified 6 facilities which require emergency backup generators so that we can maintain adequate water and wastewater services. So these facilities are located at 5 of our pump stations throughout the city, and this will allow us to maintain adequate potable water services. And then the 6th location is at the Municipal Service Center, MSC, where a generator is critical to backing up our control system during an emergency. So the project has already been awarded. We had our pre-construction meeting today, and construction can't start until we obtain air quality permits from the Regional Air Quality Board. Next project. So this is our wastewater treatment plant expansion phase 2 project. So this project consists of expanding our existing 5 million gallons per day treatment facility so that it could treat up to 6.4 million gallons per day of flow. The project includes the construction of aeration basin, retrofitting the existing aeration basin, secondary clarifier, new biosolids, which will be the 2nd step in this project, updating our electrical distribution system and any other related systems. So this improvement is going to help the city be in compliance with state and federal regulations. The expansion will also accommodate plan and approved development within the city, as well as the full build-out of the city per our current general plan. The project is funded with Clean Water State Revolving Fund loan from the California State Control Resource Board. And because this project will improve efficiency to our existing facility, the city will receive a loan forgiveness in the amount of $3.6 million. And so the project is currently in construction right now, and we expect to have it completed in 2023. Next project, which is our last project that we want to highlight. This is the citywide non-potable water distribution system. As mentioned earlier, that we completed the non-potable storage project. This is part of the whole effort of non-potable water. So this project consists of installation of a trunk, reclaimed non-potable water distribution throughout the city to provide reclaimed water to irrigate golf course, parkways, parks, medians, and other applicable use. And so this project, as you can see, our distribution existing is purple. The red are the locations that we are improving our non-potable distribution system. And this project, we utilize cost-saving, innovation approach, and forward thinking. For example, this project, we will incorporate a decommissioned PG&E pipeline, approximately about 1.7 miles, and incorporate that into the city's distribution system. This will save the city approximately $3.7 million in construction. So we're repurposing a decommissioned pipe for our system. Another example is we will be utilizing a 2/3 miles of East Contra Costa Irrigation District, an existing pipeline along Sand Creek, and this will have a saving of $1.7 million in construction costs. So because of our innovation and the forward thinking on this project, our project manager, our engineer, Megan Laporta, co-author with our consultant a 10-page technical paper, which entitled Recycling Water and Pipelines, Repurposing an Abandoned Pipeline via Slip Lining for Non-Potable Water Distribution. So they published this for the North American Society for Trenchless Technology 2021. They also presented their paper at the 2021 No Dig Show. And so we're very happy that we're able to feature this project at this conference. So again, the location is Fairview Avenue from Grant to Balfour, and also Sand Creek Road from Fairview Avenue to Brentwood Boulevard. So there's parks and public landscapings that are currently being irrigated by potable water. So by converting to non-potable water, the city will be able to reduce landscape irrigation. We'll be able to save on potable water usage by approximately 50 million gallons. And we'll also be able to save 80 million gallons of East Contra Costa irrigation raw water. And we'll be able to reduce discharge of recycled water to the Marsh Creek. So this project is currently being in construction. We expect to have this project completed summer of 2022. So we're really excited to have this opportunity to be able to deliver roadway projects, parkways, water and wastewater projects, and kind of really help the city to provide quality, excellent quality of life for its residents. And council members, we're just appreciative of all your support for previous projects, for current projects, for future projects, and most importantly, we appreciate your support and our staff. And so this concludes our presentation. Staff, we are available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Nui. At this time, if any of our council members have questions, if you could raise your hand, Councilmember Mendoza.
I have a quick question. This is all fantastic. I love it all, but I have a question about the potable water, the purple water, which I think it's great that we're recycling. I think it's so important to do. Is there any, I don't know if in the future any of the new homes being built would have purple water to use in their front lawns and their backyards instead of using, regular water. Is that ever something that we might be able to consider? I don't know who would answer that question.
Nikki, can I turn that to you?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, and we can see you too.
Excellent. So yeah, we've toyed with that idea, and right now there are no plans to provide non-potable specifically for residences because of concerns about cross-contamination. But we are interested in providing non-potable water to non-residential customers, and we're really looking for the first customer to utilize non-potable for their non-residential projects. If you can imagine, you could utilize non-potable water for things like toilets and things like that. So we don't have a customer yet. We're hopeful. We're looking forward to that first customer.
How about like PA1? When we design PA1, can we design that with potable water in mind? Because when I've looked at the design, a lot of them have green space on them.
Yes, we will. We'll have non-potable water out in the PA1 area.
I think this is great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I think I'm on delay. Odd. All of a sudden it got delayed. First of all, a statement. I just wanted to say in my day job, I listen to and watch a lot of council meetings and a lot of lengthy presentations with a lot of information. And I have to say you both do a very, very good job of presenting. And when I say that, I mean your style, the way your voice flows, it's very engaging and it's not dry. So thank you very much for that. As far as questions, one of them was around the Vineyards Amphitheater. and I remember hearing that there was $8.1 million so far that was dedicated toward the construction of this project. And I'm wondering, you mentioned $3.5 million plus interest. So I'm curious about the breakdown of the funding for it and also the phases. Like, what's the initial versus 5 years down the road? And is anything going to be held off until additional funding comes in? I have additional questions, but I'll start with that.
I can you hear me? I can talk about the funding. As Nue mentioned, a portion of it was funded directly through the developer agreement from the developer specifically for a Vineyards amphitheater. However, the remaining portion that's currently budgeted is other development impact fees specifically for the Vineyards projects area. Could be utilized for other things, but at this time are being used to supplement the other portion of that project. And I'm not sure if
the phases part
or Mickey, you want to talk about the phasing of that project?
Yeah, Alan, are you online? I'm going to defer to Alan, the project manager.
While Alan is getting on the line, I can probably also talk about that as well. So as far as the phasing goes, the $8.7 million that's in the CIP is specifically for the amphitheater portion of it. The event center portion is a second phase, a further phase that has not been funded. So the first part of this project is the moving forward with the amphitheater portion of it.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Yeah, Bruce Mulder captured it perfectly. We are currently moving forward with the amphitheater phase, and the event center will be a later phase.
Great. Do we want to let another council member go, or should I continue with my questions?
Please continue.
Okay. The next one is about the wastewater improvements. There was a lot of great information about savings of, the environmental aspect and costs and everything. What will there be direct impact for residents on this? How will this directly impact residents?
Is that regarding to the non-potable or the sewer, wastewater, and the wastewater treatment plant?
The wastewater treatment plant.
We're increasing our capacity to treat 6.4 million gallons of flow per day. And so this will be able to help us treat additional flow from new developments that we've already approved or that may be approved because it matches or it's in accordance with our general plan.
Okay, so no other, from the wastewater improvements, no other direct impact to residents?
Not existing residents.
Okay. And then, let's see. The COVID response, the discussion there around reduced annual PMP funding and Measure J was mentioned. Can someone talk a little bit more about Measure J and what funding that brings to the city, what projects it funds, excuse me?
Yes, the Measure J, it's an extension of the transportation sales tax that was initially authorized by the passage of Contra Costa Measure C in 1988. The funding can be spent on the construction, maintenance, improvement, or operation of local streets, roads, and highways and public transit systems. And so what they do is they take 18% of the annual sales tax revenues from the Measure J, and then it's allocated to the local jurisdictions. And of course, the City of Brentwood gets a portion of that. As it mentions, it can be spent on local streets, roads, highways, improvements, or maintenance. Historically, Measure J is often been used to supplement the pavement management program annually. And due to the COVID at this time, Measure J will help supplement the annual street maintenance that's funded through the general fund.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. Councilmember Rary.
Yes, I have a few questions regarding projects. On page on 102 of the CIP, it said that we have a public education and government TV access, and it's considered mandatory. Why is it considered mandatory? I don't remember us discussing the need for cable TV access. So I'm just wondering why that's mandatory.
This relates to the actual use of PEG funds. They, as mentioned, there's certain funds that can only be spent on certain things. So when the city receives these funds, they can only be used on those type of projects. Public education and government public access. So these funds have been set aside to do a future project or to be utilized for another project that may come up where these funds can be used for that purpose.
Okay. And then on pages 110 and 112, the Sand Creek Sports Park and the Windsor Way Park expansion. I know these are down the road ones, but the Sand Creek Sports Park originally started off as a Sand Creek soccer complex back around 2000, and then it has morphed into a youth center or a multi-generational center. And they even talked about 3 stories there, and then some pickleball courts outside and 1 or 2 soccer fields. I forget how many. And the same with the Windsor Way Park expansion. They were looking at expanding that and creating a community center there. So if we're looking at doing a Brentwood youth center there at the tech center, are these still on the books for this, or are we creating 3 youth centers now versus the 2 that were there since the tech center was added on?
Yes. Good evening again, City Council. So right now they are defined the way they have been defined by the last strategic planning session that we went through. These projects right now are unfunded, and at the time we move forward with them, we will plan for them in the context of, what the city, how the city moves forward and what the city needs at the time. So if other projects move forward and check off some of the boxes of some of the needs assessment items that we have, then we will reassess and look at, maximizing the use of these areas for the best community benefit that we have at the time. So, planning projects are fluid, and in the future, there's opportunities to reassess and take a look at them. So,
okay.
Just really quick on that, though, and I may be wrong, but my understanding when we had the strategic plan workshop, the Windsor Way was not for a youth center. It was more in regards to a community center in collaboration with CBOs for parent workshops, to have nonprofits come in, the food bank, different things like that. Almost something similar, but obviously different than what the Village Drive Resource Center is. I don't think it was really focused on a youth center. It was more focused on a community center to be able to offer different services within that area because of, the need is so high.
Yeah, that's an accurate statement. The Windsor Way expansion was a community resource center with a focus of really youth, seniors, that community, all of those areas, and not just specifically for youth. That's correct.
So multi-generational.
Well, I think it was not just, I don't think it was just multi-generational. I think it was multi-services. I think we're looking at health services. We're looking at parent workshops, school, parent tutoring, all kinds of different, bringing in different community-based organizations to come in to provide different services that are needed within that area. If it's filling out documentations, if it's immigration law workshops, all those kind of things. So I don't think it was a generational center so much. I think it was more of a community center.
So then we'd have the Village Community Resource Center a block away to do basically the same thing?
The concept for this was a community resource center that would serve all different, serve the community. So it really was in the very initial stages of defining the facility. And at the point where we move forward, we will absolutely have to do more outreach and define, the program elements before a facility like that moves forward. And it will be in the context of, the gaps and needs that need to be addressed, both in that community and the city as a whole.
Okay. So the youth pivot, it's not necessarily not a youth center, it's because it wasn't one, but if the need changes to youth center, it could be a youth center. Is that what you're saying, that it's fluid, depending on what we decide?
Yeah, the planning for that is it was basically identifying that particular Windsor Way Park for an expansion for a facility to serve that specific community. But the Windsor Way project, the Sand Creek project, these are long-term projects that will need further study, further analysis to define specifically the way these are built and programmed to fit the needs of the community.
Do you think it might be beneficial, since it seems like there's a lot of crossover with these three areas, that we sit and define all three and decide what we want to see in each one so that we're not duplicating efforts or nullifying the future of one by creating something else?
Well, right now they're not on the agenda. Well, they're not in the planning process to move forward on these for the planning at any time in the near future. We do have the item this evening later on that talks about the youth center and the senior center. If those projects develop, then it's possible in the future that we may redefine the possibilities for these other projects.
Okay.
One last question about that particular project. I want to make I'm making an assumption that we will be double checking that we're not offering a duplication of services or an accessibility to duplicated services when we're doing this planning, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and my understanding, Bruce, is that in regards to the Windsor Way project, it was more to collaborate with CBOs, community-based organizations that are out there to come in and utilize that facility to be able to provide services that are not being provided at the moment. Now, I know Village Drive provides certain services. Obviously, we wouldn't want to duplicate those things. So it's really looking at other services that are needed on a daily or at least on a consistent basis within that community. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And really a lot more evaluation analysis would have to go into that to define what the program would be for such a facility. So, but all those areas are consistent with, I think, the initial idea for that facility. But it's one that's in the future. So we haven't really defined the specifics regarding its use at this point.
Are there any more questions, clarifying questions of staff at this time?
Can we compare and contrast what you see the vision of the youth center? Like I said, I think Karen just mentioned, Councilmember Mary mentioned that the one on Sand Creek was going to be at some point it was a vision of 3 stories. So I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between that, like all of the three different, I almost like I need a matrix to understand the difference between the three projects.
We do not have that kind of a matrix in place at this point. The planning for the Windsor Way Park expansion and the Sand Creek expansion were part of the planning process that took place before this new youth center concept came into place. So the Sand Creek complex, the idea for that one is more of a sports complex with gymnasiums for things like basketball, volleyball. It was, I think, again, it was very much a concept to show an illustration of what such a facility might look like. We have not gone through any specific planning as far as, the program elements that would go into it, except for the concept was to be a sports-related type of facility for recreation, for youth, but really for adults as well, tied into that project. So that one was really focused on sports. The new youth center has not really been defined as far as what it will specifically be focused on. We will have more discussions on that this evening when we get to that item. And the Windsor Way expansion project was more of a community resource center, not necessarily a gymnasium with that type of recreational sports. It's more community center focused.
Okay, so there's one that's sports focused, one that's community center focused, so then we would have to define as a council what we see as the vision for the youth center at the tech center. And
yes.
What gaps do we have in the community for that if we're going to move forward with that?
Right, exactly. And moving forward with that will be additional community engagement for the community to help define what that were to look like.
Okay, thanks.
And if I could just jump in with one additional thought too. The two projects that we just mentioned that are in the CIP that are unfunded are bare land without conceptual plans, without any funding. The tech center, when it became available when LMC vacated it, is a facility the city owns that was trying to find a way to repurpose it. And that's when the council last year said, let's assess the feasibility for a youth center. So as opposed to seeing maybe these three concepts as duplicative, we have two bare lands that are unfunded and one that's a facility that is could be assessed for a youth center. And in the end, once we make some policy, or the council makes some policy decisions, we'll see and make sure that we don't have any redundant facilities out there in the city. And if we need to close a project to shift funding to make one or more than one feasible, then that's part of that process that we'll understand clearer as we move forward through the process.
Yeah, we need to be clear that even with that, we may own the tech center, we don't own it outright. So $350,000 a year, I believe that's it, $350,000 a year.
Yeah.
That we need to pay and just upkeep and so forth and paying the bond down. So it's not money it's not like we have this building open available. I just wanted my whole point in bringing all of this up in the beginning is that we had these other two things on, and then 6 months after we approved the strategic plan, then the tech center was brought up. And I understand that things have been, that there's been thoughts going into that, and that's great, and I'd like to be able to hear what those are. I'm just looking at what we can and can't remove from our CIP list because, or maybe reevaluate. Do we need that 3-story complex over there at the Sand Creek at $45 million versus a $12 to $13 million soccer complex? Those are the types of things. And I think we have the funds, don't we, in there? Don't we have a significant amount of funds for the Sand Creek Park? Just not enough for the full thing.
Yeah, we don't have enough for the whole thing. Sonia, you might be able to provide more specifics on the park development fee funding. We don't have money identified specifically for the Sand Creek. I think it's more the park development fee money that could go towards that project.
Okay. Yes. So obviously, currently, this project, the Sand Creek Sports Park Phase 2, it's in the future improvement section of the CIP, and it is not funded. However, the parks development impact fee, Nikki could speak to this a little bit more, but I do know that there is a regional park in the background in the Parks and Trails Development Impact Fee that we receive funding through new development. Of course, sometimes it takes a while for new development to happen and receive those funds. So, but I do know we have it built into the Development Impact Fee program, and we could get back to you with the exact amount that's in the background there for a regional park.
Thank you.
Well, I think also that with the market value, what is the market value of the tech center? Are we better spent having a youth center or taking the market value from the youth center and moving it to one of these other projects that we already own the land? And are we paying monthly on the land for Sand Creek and the tech center and the Windsor Way? Or are those already ours? And do you know what the market value is?
We did a market analysis a year ago, pre-pandemic, so those numbers would probably need to be updated, but it was, Terrence might remember better, but I think it was in the ballpark of $1.5 million, somewhere around there. I could be off.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
Okay. And then Sonia, do you know for still? Go ahead.
Yeah, we're trying to compare projects when, I'll be honest with you, just to build that project itself on Windsor Way will not be at the level of the facility that we currently have. Do we own it? No. But what's sad is the city did own it at one time, and city pulled money out of that facility to do other things within the city. And we continue, so my thing is we're going to have to, we may own the property, but we're still going to have to get the money to build within that. And on top of that, that facility on Windsor Way, that space there, will not be at the level that this other location would be when we talk about a youth center. You're talking about parking. You're talking about a building. By the time we're done, that's going to be a little place where kids could come and just hang out. What I'm hoping, and I think with the council when we agreed at our last meetings, was we would like to see an actual large youth center that's going to be able to impact kids not only through academics and sports and things like that, but in regards to mentorships, regards to jobs, regards to building, rapport with. Just so much could come out of that you're not going to be able to get at a smaller facility. So I know that we owe, but what's sad is the only reason why we owe is because the city pulled out money from that location that was purchased at a very, very small price. And it's sad that we were going to use that to, I'll be honest, I see where this is going. What's sad is it's taken away once again from that community and that area that could be very beneficial, and it could brighten up those communities that have been neglected, / our youth. I know we're going to have this discussion tonight. I'm ready for the discussion. My whole thing is that please do not think Windsor Way will be at the same level of services and opportunities for our youth that currently a facility that is already built. And we're still going to have to build that. We'll still have to structure or improve our building to even get it sold. So there's going to be money put in that. So it's not just, let's give it away and that's it. We really need to think about that. It's one of the oldest buildings in Brentwood that we could use money that we already have that helps I'm sorry I'm not using the right words, but it helps beautify some of our older buildings to become more updated and more cleaner and things like that. There's money that are in place right now that we could utilize to do that. Anytime any of you guys would love to drive the Windsor Way, I drive through there every day. My dad lives across the street. I'm more than willing to do that. That will not be feasible for a youth center that these young people in the city of Brentwood deserve.
Councilmember Meyer, you have your hand up. Did you have an additional question?
I did. That had nothing to do with the youth center. Sorry, changing the subject. My first questions were from the presentation. I had questions that were also from the 141-page document that we read in preparation. One of the questions was, Parks and Trails impact fees are only applicable to residential builds, but I'm wondering about our innovation center, because we've talked about open space. We've talked about like how close they are to trails and how there might be some connectivity there. Is there any way any of the impact fees can be used toward green space or trails or anything like that for the innovation center?
I'll take a crack at that if that's okay. Absolutely, there's possibilities of using impact fees that are generated within that development for projects within the development. In fact, one of the key ways to sort of seed and encourage development would be to get those public facilities built first. We would probably use enhanced infrastructure financing district monies or elements like that, but it's absolutely a possibility. We would want to make sure as you'll see as the study goes forward, the economics don't exactly work now, so we would be looking for ways to underwrite that development more than saddle it with impact fees.
Great, thank you. My last question, on page 22, there was a population projection, and we were looking at between 2021-22 and 2025-26. It looks like the population projection was only additional 2,000 residents. But I thought, I'm just looking for clarification on what our build out is versus what the projection on page 22 meant. I put the page down because I know that's kind of for anyone who's not looking at it currently. I'm hoping the question is understood. Do I need to go into it more?
On the building permit projections page, I believe that's the one you're looking at. So I'm sorry, I haven't printed out. So it's on page 14 of my printout. But okay. Those are just per year, and it's only based on the incremental change due to new residents coming in, and we base that off of permit projection. So every year we'll get a new, in May, we get the new January population. We update all of our files and whatnot, and in the CIP, we'll take the newest population and add in each year, but it's only based on the annual permit projections for single family and multifamily. So there's so many estimated people per unit, et cetera, and we do that. The build out, we could come back to you, that's per the general plan. Plus we have a sphere of influence potential additional population. We could come back to you with our final build out, and that would be per the general plan.
Thank you, that makes a lot more sense. I appreciate it.
I have questions about the unfunded projects, but I'm not sure, do we take public comment first and then go to our discussion? Like, I don't know, do we keep talking about this stuff now or do we wait till later? Because I know there's some public on the line and there's public comments allowed.
Sure. If you have questions for staff, now's the time, and then we'll take public comment after that.
Okay. I want to understand a little bit about, there's the pages, the main one with the projects on them, and there's quite a few projects that look like they're unfunded. And just, do we plan on doing those sooner or later? So, for example, Brentwood Boulevard widening, that's about $7.2 million in 24-25. Are those things that we're going to look for federal funds, state funds, grants? Like, how do those work?
Maybe Nikki could discuss a couple of those projects and where they're at.
Sure, this is Vicki. Yeah, we would love to get federal funding for a lot of these unfunded projects. For Brentwood Boulevard in particular, I know that actually this week we're actually looking at possibly applying for some federal funds for Brentwood Boulevard sewer and water. The Lone Tree Grade Separation Project, we apply for grants every single year for that project. And every single year we get denied just because there really isn't safety justification because there's no rail traffic. So yes, we are always looking for funding opportunities to help pay for these unfunded projects.
Oh, so that's the Lone Tree Union Pacific undercrossing that you just mentioned? Is that the one
Yes.
that there's no rail? Is that one? So when I see $31 million, that's not, is that something we have to do now because it says 1B mandatory, or is that something as funds become available that we'll do?
It depends. If you're talking about the grade separation project, we have a contractual obligation with Union Pacific to grade separate that project, and that was conditioned on us having CPUC and the Union Pacific allow us to widen Sand Creek Road. And this goes back many, many, many years, but we have an agreement to do the grade separation.
So we have an agreement to do it. So when do we have to do it?
Good question. We make an attempt every year, and I know that they're really busy and they're not focused on this particular corridor because, again, there's no rail traffic.
Okay, so we'll hold off on that one. The other one that was pretty big was the solid waste organics diversion, $30 million. And it says that we, if I'm not mistaken, we have to comply by 2025.
It's an incremental requirement to comply. So we have already taken some steps for the state, which includes a lot of education and outreach with our non-residential customers about organics diversions. So we're already doing that. But yes, there are more incremental steps that we are required to take in the coming years.
Okay, is there any, I mean, it says $5 million in 22-23. Does that mean we're going to spend $5 million on that?
Potentially, the organics diversion is a huge regional issue, if not statewide issue. So backing up, so the EPA has realized that obviously greenhouse gases are really bad. Methane gas in particular, even though it's produced less in carbon dioxide, it's much more impactful in terms of immediate climate impacts. And one of the largest sources of methane is from organics that are dumped in landfills. So the state has realized this. They've got all these requirements to find ways to divert organic material out of our solid waste stream. There aren't a lot of vendors or equipment or technology. There are a couple in California. We've been engaged with them, learning a lot about organics diversion. And again, a lot of other cities are in the same boat. Some cities have already implemented some pretty significant rate increases to their solid waste enterprise to account for this. We're kind of in this wait and hold mentality. We're kind of seeing how the technology is working out. There's a lot of effort at the legislative level to try to delay or to push out these requirements. So we have our fingers crossed. We have our hands on the pulse of this particular project, but it is a major project coming down the pipeline.
Okay. And does this have to do with like all the stuff like, I think you said it's not as much residential as the other, like where does the biggest waste come from when it comes to this type of waste?
When you look at the state regulations, the ones that are coming down the pipeline are specifically for residential. We're doing a lot with non-residential right now, but the reason this is so big is that it's specifically looking at how we divert organics from our residential customers.
So would this be, I think back in the day, I think when I lived somewhere else, we did we all got composting kits. Is that the kind of thing they're talking about? So we would educate on composting to our residents.
Yes, I would love to have. We already have information on our website for composting. We encourage composting. Unfortunately, composting by itself doesn't give us enough credit from the state. They're actually looking at more robust methods to get rid of or to divert organics in our garbage stream.
Okay. And then I have an accounting question. And I'm not sure who I would ask that to. But I'm looking at page 65. I think Sonia and I have the same pages. The water and wastewater SCADA system upgrade. Just from an accounting perspective, the total project says $3.69 million. 1.5 is under prior on the financing. So does that mean we already paid for $1.5 million and we're just looking for the $2.191 million for future funding?
Yes. Under the funding, this project has actually been funded in full already, and the expenditures were, it's going to be a multi-year project. So
we some of it, right? 1.5 is already paid for.
Actually, if you look under project funding at the bottom, at the very bottom of the page, the funding is on the bottom section. We actually this project's fully funded, which is good. It's already funded. And now we're just expending those funds. So the project started in this fiscal year, 2020-21, which is why we're showing some prior expenditures. So we're going to have some expenditures in 2021 with some additional expenditures in 21-22 with the final spend out in 22-23. But the project is fully funded. The funds have already been put into a project in our accounting system, which is why you see the prior funding showing under prior.
Okay. So then in my world, you accrue it and then you're going to release the accrual in the next 2 years. That's the way I see it? Okay, perfect. That's what I was like, is it accrued or is it not accrued? I wasn't sure. So, okay, thank you. So that's good to know. So some of these projects, when I'm looking at them, they've already been accrued for, which is fantastic.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That actually makes me feel a little bit better when I'm looking at some of the projects. Thank you. I think that's all I had right now.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions of staff, and I don't see any hands, and I'm going to have to move my screen here to see the Vice Mayor, and I don't see his hand up either. Okay. So at this time then, we will open public comments. And Margaret, I'll turn it to you.
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after your timer has expired. I see one hand raised. Rod Flora, I'll go ahead and ask him to unmute.
Oh, thank you, Margaret. I don't have prepared comments tonight, so forgive me if I ramble. Yeah, I just noticed at the beginning we were looking at the pie, and 37% of our CIP is still coming from developer fees. We're approaching build-out, and I'm really concerned that we're not able to get that number down a little bit. What we seem to be doing, and it's bad decision-making for the last couple of decades, really, we haven't been making sure we get the jobs at the same ratio that we're supposed to account for all the housing. So we've got suburbs. And, as people move in, sure, we'll build a new road on Jeffrey Way. But, what about all the roads? Everybody is still driving on all the roads. People are not going to stop driving on the roads. They're not going to stop, using water. They're not going to stop going to the bathroom. All of these infrastructure needs are going to continue to be there. And I'm just concerned that the city is compiling a major infrastructure debt that we won't be able to pay in the future. And, I think we can get by with it, for maybe another decade or so. But what are our kids, I don't have kids, but what are the kids going to do that live here? What are people going to do that continue to live here for the next 20 years when we've stopped developing, when we've finally gotten off of that developer fee addiction that we have? And how are we going to manage the city? What are we doing? Why are we still building houses? I know that I've talked to people that have been here for a long time. They were promised a housing moratorium at 40,000 people. They never got it. Now we're talking about a number twice that. We're still looking to expand outside our boundaries, make it even bigger. And all that gets built here is houses. And we know why. We went to the Innovation Center thing, and we saw what you make building houses and what you make building apartments, which is less, and what you make building offices, which is even less. And that's why the Innovation Center is facing so much headwind in the area, because the landowners there don't like it because they would rather build houses or apartments where they can make more money. So we've been accommodating to every builder that comes in here, build more houses. We have not gotten anybody to build any more offices. And I just am hopeful that the city will at long last, and frankly, too late, but better late than never, start looking at the future, start planning ahead. And, you know, we've planned ahead. We've had a general plan for 20 years now that said, you know, make this many jobs, and we just haven't been doing it. So I hope we'll do that in the future and, you know, take our future more seriously and responsibly. Thank you.
There are no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. At this time, then, we will close public comment and we will move into board discussion, council discussion. If there's any members of council that have further comments or discussion, if you could raise your hand in the application so I can call on you in order. Seeing none yet, I do have a couple of things. You know what? I'll wait until Councilmember Ray has her comments. Go ahead, Councilmember Ray.
You know, I know it takes a long time for all the departments to come together to determine what needs to be spent money on at this time versus that project. And I want to just give my gratitude to all the work from all the departments in putting together this CIP project for us so that we can evaluate it and do what's best for the city. So thank you for your time and effort in this.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Further hands? I did want to bring up in discussion quickly, I was approached about a project that has been discussed for a very long time with the city regarding the East Contra Costa Historical Society. And the city does own a piece of property called the Nail property. It's around 11 acres that surrounds that particular piece of property where the Historical Society sits. And they are very interested at this point in time. Things have worked out over a period of time to finally get them to a point where they are very interested in partnering with the city to have a combination event center, a location where the students and the schools can participate in agricultural type enterprise, partner with FFA, partner with the farmers and the growers in this area to have a location that would be very similar to what the group that presented looking for a historical walk or something like that in the former PA1 specific area. And we already have a group out there that's very interested in partnering with us. They have a successful center and they want to have something that is going to be a cultural center, a marketing center, an economic development center, as well as a place that is a kind of a sticky spot for the 500,000 people that come out and do fruit picking every year to spend time there. And I thought it was a very interesting proposition that they brought to me. And I would love, if the council is okay with it, to at least have our city staff look into what we already have on the books as far as plans for that area and see if we could maybe consider getting that on the CIP list at some point. This is an opportunity that in multiple conversations as council over the years and with many of our farmers and agricultural core families, this is something that they've all expressed extreme interest in addition to the fact that we're getting closer and closer with the wine growing groups to have a significant improvement in their marketability as well. So if that's something that the council would be okay with, I would love to have staff look into maybe adding this to their research on a CIP project.
Isn't that outside of the city limits?
That is a piece of property that the city owns, but it is outside the city limits.
So you want us to spend money on an event center that is outside the city limits?
I would like us to spend money on having staff look into the feasibility of, just to find out what we have there. There are old plans for that the city has put forward already. And although that is outside the city limits, it is directly across Sellers. It is incorporated with many of the families and the businesses that are a part of our community already. And I think it's a great opportunity to partner with someone who has been a benefit to our community for decades.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be doing that, I mean, the city, the John Marsh Historic Trust has been looking for funds that I've brought up several times to build its interpretive center there. They are within the city limits. You know, there's the opportunity there too.
I completely agree with that. I think we need to start taking advantage. One of the questions that this group that we brought in said was we need to find an identity for Brentwood. I somewhat disagree with that. Brentwood has an identity. We are agricultural historically, and we have, you know, with the John Marsh House, we have these components in our community that we could put forward and take advantage of that would be a real boon to the benefits of our families, as well as bringing in economic development funds.
We own the land.
I also think, though. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Councilman.
No, I don't know like we own the land and where there's property already on there.
The city owns the property called the Nail property, and it is an agricultural piece of property that is directly connected to the East Contra Costa Historical Society piece of property. As a matter of fact, it kind of horseshoes around it.
So we don't own the Historical Society?
No, we don't.
It's okay. Behind that house at Sunset and Sellers, you know, that big, huge house that put there with their trees and cement driveway, huge cement driveway. It's behind that, and then connects up with the Historical Society.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, Johnny. I was just wondering a little bit about it.
Yeah. No. I think when it comes to the history of both facilities, I'll be honest with you, the John Marsh facility has an interesting history, right? And I mean, depending on how you feel about that history within the community will also tell you how you feel about the John Marsh facility. So my thing is that the other facility itself is really an historical piece of the community, which is ag, right, and our farming and our community. So, I mean, I'm not here to pass judgment on either one of them, but I know that the John Marsh, depending on where you come from within the community, you're very supportive of it, and there's other portion of it that's not because of what it's currently doing. But I think if you look back in the historical piece of John Marsh himself, people have questions about that.
So would this board be oh, sorry.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I don't believe that we have the Nail property listed in the CIP currently. And if that's what your request is, to allow a further discussion or have staff look into that further. Because it's not in there right now, the public doesn't know you're having this discussion. And it may be one that's more appropriate for a future meeting where staff can provide the council members with an update about the Nail property in general. As that purchase occurred, I want to say back in 06, maybe 07. So there's not as many people around that remember that purchase, and it might be beneficial for a little bit more background at a different meeting where it's agendized and the public knows more about it.
Thank you. I will withdraw the request. And
Damien, you're not going to believe this, but that's exactly what I was going to say. Technical words, but yes, exactly that.
Perfect.
Well, thank you. Well, I will withdraw the request then, and if there is no further conversation regarding this, if you have any more, you can raise your hand. If not, then at this time, could I get a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I second. Well,
we get a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza? Councilmember Meyer? Oops. Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes,
Motion carries unanimous.
we are adjourned, and I will see you at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, are you there by chance?
Hi, Bruce, I am. Oops. Hi, Bruce, I am here.
I just have a question. Do we stay on this, or do we get off of this meeting and then reconnect on a separate meeting?
It will be the same link. So you could either stay logged in. You could either stay logged into this link or log out and then log back in via the same link.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Share two different types of panel.
Yeah.
So yeah, basically, well, we can still do it. It's just we need to know the protocol and
Okay.
know how they're going to be
Right.
sharing if they're going to be here.
Yeah, because if we change tiers to allow in person, but then I don't know if people are still going to need to be 6 feet apart, or if.
I would think so.
That they put dividers between them, but I guess Sakari and Tim are working on that, but I don't know if they're thinking about. Okay.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the April 13th, 2021 City Council meeting, 7 o'clock. It looks like, and I'll go through here, it looks like we do have a quorum. Margaret, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Here.
Councilmember Meyer?
Here.
Councilmember Rary?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Here.
Mayor Bryant?
Here. Okay, so we are all here in attendance. If you could join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance this time. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, we will open public comments, and I'll turn it to you, Margaret.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on items that are not on the agenda. Items listed under Informational Reports are the consent calendar. Request for future agenda items, new request. If you wish to comment on a future agenda item that is specifically listed on the agenda, please wait until that item is called. Please save your comments for any other items that are on the agenda for that part of the meeting when you'll have the opportunity to provide them. I received 0 written public comments that were submitted to the City Clerk prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak under public comment, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I will call your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. While we encourage your comments, state law prevents the City Council from discussing items that are not on their meeting agenda, and if appropriate, they'll have staff follow up on them. I see 3 hands raised. I'll start with Andrea Frailer. Andrea, go ahead.
Okay. Hopefully, can I turn on my camera? I guess not. I guess I won't, but that's cool. Hi, guys. I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Andrea Frailer. I'm currently the acting senior community library manager of the Brentwood Library. The Brentwood Library is your library. The library is here to serve the community and meet the community's needs. I look forward to providing a full update in the near future, but in the meantime, I wanted to share some news with you. I'm going to save the best news for last. This has been a long, difficult year adjusting to the challenges and realities of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as difficult as this year was, there were still a lot of bright spots for us here with Contra Costa County Library. Last year, we had 1.26 million ebooks checked out. We issued 14,245 new e-cards, had 776,775 items checked out. Not as good as we usually do, but we were closed for a good portion of the year and only, really offering front door service. We launched new e-services, online services, offered free printing and scanning. And while this has been great, for me, personally, the toughest thing was knowing the real disparities in our communities and not being able to help with the digital divide like we in libraries are accustomed to. So I was super excited when we began checking out Raspberry Pi kits, which if you don't know what that is, it's basically a computer that people can take home with them and use. And Wi-Fi hotspots, which have been so popular here, it's really crazy. It's awesome. And so this is why I'm really here. I'm very excited to announce that on April 27th, we're expected and excited to open our front doors for grab-and-go service. Front door service will finally come to an end, and patrons will be able to come into the library, browse the collection, use the computers, and simply enjoy the library. Patrons will be asked to limit their time in the library to no more than 1 hour and follow all safety protocols, including social distancing and mask wearing requirements. The library will look different. Chairs and tables will not be available for reading and studying. If you want to learn more, visit ccclib.org. That's our website. Like us on Facebook and Instagram. Join the Friends of Brentwood Library if you want to stay in the know. And before I leave tonight, I want to thank the entire City of Brentwood staff. Been amazing, especially Public Works, facilities, Park and Recreation, really helping us to get this library ready for reopening. I cannot wait to open our front doors on April 27th. I hope you'll be there. I'll be here. And thank you guys, and I hope you have a great night. Bye.
The next speaker is Carolina Filiseca, followed by Cinziana Todor. Carolina, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm calling with a concern.
Oops. I think Carolina got disconnected for a minute.
Hello?
Go ahead. You may need to start over. Go ahead. Go ahead, Carolina.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'll start again. Good evening. I'm calling with a concern about Amber Lane Apartments, which are now under construction. We all know that the builder presented an original plan which was approved and sat on it for a year. They then came back with 45 plus changes, which is a different discussion altogether. But much to my dismay, the project wasn't sent back to design review, but the changes were approved piecemeal by line item. Now that Councilmember Mendoza pulled this project for City Council review, the builder has taken a, oh, just kidding approach and asked to rescind the changes back to the original plan. My concern is the builder has already shown themselves to be bad actors, and they have two plans that have been approved. From my experience, builders will swap out materials without submitting the proper change orders and then say, oh, whoopsies, our bad. Well, it's too late to go back and fix this. So my question for City Council and Tim Ogden is, how do we avoid this with this builder? What recourse does the city have as the builder does a switcheroo? How do we make sure that this apartment building across from an existing apartment building will stick to the plan and not end up disjointed with cheap materials? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cinziana Todor, followed by Thomas Ah. Cinziana, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry, classic line. I was on mute. Yesterday, Brentwood Mayor Joel Brand delivered State of the City in front of Rotary Club. I'm wondering why this presentation was not delivered to all Brentwood residents. Anything to hide or just a political campaign stint? We know a lot of donations came from members of the Rotary Club, reported or not reported, and this event justifiably raises questions and suspicion. It would be nice to be in front of the whole city and have a Q&A session that will give a lot of transparency when everyone hears the same thing at the same time. Also, it will help our mayor build trust with the residents, but I do not think he cares enough about what residents say or think at this point. And my remarks are just stating the facts and how a lot of Brentwood residents feel about our current mayor. A lot of residents provided input when they heard about this event not being open to everyone that he supposedly serves. And people were suggesting maybe a town hall, Zoom call type of event, or maybe his speech to be published on City of Brentwood website and so on. I'm sure there will be a solution to satisfy everyone's curiosity of what happens around the city. And that, in conclusion, I sure hope we will hear more from our mayor as far as the state of the city, and I sure hope my remarks will not be categorized as uncivilized, as a lot of his supporters at the Rotary Club mentioned about the comments that residents express in the city council meetings or even online forums. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Ah, and I apologize if I mispronounced your last name. You should have received a request to unmute. Thomas, go ahead.
I think Mr. O is.
Oh, go ahead. Thomas, go ahead.
I think I just passed because I got a bad connection here.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, please just pass to someone else.
The next speaker is Rod Floor. Mr. Floor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Margaret. Again, no prepared remarks tonight. I wanted to thank the city for going ahead and doing a survey on the Deer Ridge issue. This issue is continuing here, and I think in the past we have not had enough engagement with the city up front, and this time around the city is doing it right. They presented the applications to us in a fair way, and now they're doing a little survey for us, and I think that's a good thing. I am trying to do a little research this afternoon on the status of Deer Ridge and PD 20, which I'm discovering is the PD for the golf course and the neighborhood around Deer Ridge. And as I look into it and do research, I understand that PDs are supposed to be reflected in a developer agreement that is engaged with the developer, and then according to city municipal code, the city council is supposed to review all of the developer agreements every single year, which I think there's 70 of them now. And so I don't know that that's happening, and I also don't know where these developer agreements are kept online and if they're available publicly. I certainly would like to see the developer agreement for PD 20 at this point in time. I think it's extremely relevant to myself and my neighbors. So I hope to be able to find that. I'll be reaching out to city staff, I believe, and try to get something going on that. We are continuing to see progress on it. Still not sure what's going to happen. My own opinion remains the same. Whatever they do, the layout of the golf course cannot be disturbed. The ability of the golf course to be rebuilt cannot be taken away. Nobody should ever profit from having closed that golf course. So other than that, I'm open to suggestions. Thank you very much. I'm done. Thank you, Margaret.
I see no additional hands raised at this time.
Seeing that there are no more public comments indicated, we will close public comments and move
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize. Before we get started, I just want to let you all know I had surgery last week, so if my screen goes blank, it's because I can't handle the pain anymore, and I've had to move, and I'll try to join back when I can.
Okay, thank you, and make sure you're safe and take care of yourself as much as possible. And if you find that you have to be away and you're still able to hear and need to come in, just let us know. You're a vital part of this. So thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll open for informational reports, and I'll start with Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello. This week has been a little bit busy with SB 9. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with SB 9, but it is a state Senate bill where they are looking at zoning and turning single-family homes into multi-family homes. Had a couple meetings. There's a bunch of different groups. Catalyst out of Marin, which is resident-run. Cali, Livable Cities. Some of them are city officials on these groups. Some of them are, previous city officials. But I encourage everyone to find out about SB 9. There is a committee meeting, a housing committee meeting on Thursday And I encourage everyone to call in if they oppose it. They can say their name and they oppose it. It's pretty fast. I think it's the first thing on the agenda, if I'm not mistaken, on Thursday. But that's important. I had a call with some of the people from Impact Soccer. Just want to let Parks and Rec know that they've been doing a fantastic job with the local sports teams with, I believe, Pony Baseball and Impact Soccer. I believe that Brentwood Unified couldn't use their fields because of COVID. So the city, from what they're saying, has gone above and beyond. So I want to thank Park and Rec for that. It was nice to get a call that they're really happy with something the city's doing. I thought that was fantastic to get a random call. So something that's coming up from my past before I was elected was the 3 oil and gas drills that are coming up in the county. It should be coming up this month. There will be an EIR released. It's supposed to be this month in April. It's been delayed a couple of months. Had a couple of calls with the Sunflower Alliance regarding what our next steps are with that. We're going to see how we can move forward. If anyone wants to call me about that, resident feedback about the oil and gas drills, I can point them in the right direction of the people who are doing work, because we're going to need a lot of resident engagement. The last thing was I did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and I attended the Planning Commission meeting because I am the one who called for review the Amber Lane apartments. And I just want to make a couple things clear, because some things were said. I called that for review because I sat in on the changes to listen to the changes, and it was very convoluted and very confusing. So if, as a city, we were going to allow architectural changes, I wanted everyone to really understand what they were. So I was going to ask for a spreadsheet of the changes, color-coded on the architectural design, so that we knew exactly what we were getting into, because it was not clear to me when I listened to what the changes were. I want to make something else clear, that it was mentioned that someone thought this was elitist. I do not think that it is elitist for our city to demand the same quality of people who buy homes to people who rent homes. We should never, ever skimp on something because they are renters. We should demand the same quality that we would demand for anyone. So it's not elitist. I think, on the contrary, it's wanting to make sure that people who rent get the same quality as someone who buys. And I don't think it's going to change the rents, because rents are always economics. It's what the market demands. So the rent will be what the market demands, regardless of the architectural features. So that is what I did this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Since our last council meeting, I attended the League of Cities Mayors and Council Members Roundtable. Also attended the League of Cities East Bay Division meeting, which the topic was resetting the local economy post-COVID. It was a very interesting presentation, a lot of talk about retail and how the incorporation of mixed uses could potentially be an economic boost for our future cities across the state, actually. It's kind of about retooling local economies in response to the impacts of COVID. I also attended 3 meetings with a similar goal of focusing on state bills and zoning and the impact on our cities, along with the goal of preservation of local control. The 3 meetings I attended with that goal in mind, and again, these are local electives, these are people across the state, these are also community members and organized groups. The California Alliance of Local Electeds, the California Cities for Local Control, and Catalyst. I had phone meetings with a few residents about concerns around our ADU ordinances. I did watch, without any comment or interaction, the Deer Ridge Community Town Hall and the Planning Commission meeting, really for the purpose of staying educated on what's going on and what our residents are concerned about. And then I had a meeting with a resident who wanted to share thoughts about alternative energy and some potential impact on our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilperson Rarick.
Yes, since the last time we met, and before my surgery, I participated in the American Rescue Plan, using historic stimulus to solve the eviction crisis, homelessness, and poverty in our communities. Building the future of California talent, telehealth, and the future of healthcare workers. I also attended the League of California's East Bay Division meeting regarding the economic recovery. Very interesting, and actually the presenter there is already working on our enhanced infrastructure finance district, so we already are having the benefit of him working with our city. Three Creeks Restoration Project VIP tree planting. While I was only there to plant one tree, 17,000 trees and native plants have already been planted along Marsh Creek there, and they've got another about 10,000 to go. I also listened in on the Deer Ridge virtual town hall. I wanted to hear what people were saying as well as what was presented, so that I knew what was being presented to the public. I served on a panel to help select the next editor for the press newspapers. And I helped the downtown business with some permitting issues. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, I don't have a lot to report out. I didn't have any committee meetings. I actually took a little bit of a vacation with my sons and my wife, but I am participating in an event that's going to be happening this Saturday. There's going to be a mobile clinic on Sand Creek. It's 101 Sand Creek Road for vaccines for our residents. It will be through John Muir Hospital. It's in partnership with two different organizations, and one of them that I will mention is the Village Drive Resource Center, and also another organization that's working with them to get the outreach out there to get our residents to participate. That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Since the last time we met, I attended the Habitat Conservancy board meeting, as well as the mayor's conference, attended two ribbon cuttings of new businesses here in town, as well as delivered the State of the City address to the Rotary yesterday, and I am working with staff to have a very nice presentation with even more detail than was given to the Rotary, as well as hopefully a PowerPoint presentation so that the entire community can take their time and look at it and find out all the fantastic things that are going on in our community. And I have met with 13 residents regarding situations that are going on in our community, and the partnership that we have with our school district as well in moving things forward. Several businesses are interested in coming into the community, and some larger companies are wanting to come in, and they're very interested in bringing quality jobs as well. And so just as COVID and everything is moving and everything's opening back up, businesses are looking at Brentwood again, and I'm pretty excited about it. And I have nothing more to report after that.
Mayor, can I add one more thing?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. I just realized that there's an event that's going to be happening before the next council meeting. That is the Brentwood Seniors Resource Fair. It's a drive-up, and it's a kind of a joint partnership kind of thing with the Brentwood Seniors Club, Triad, the City East County Senior Coalition, and the Senior Center. It's on Monday, April 26th, and there's going to be more information. We're publishing it all over the place, so it's on the city Facebook page. I'll put it on my own East County Senior Coalition page. But it's basically just a chance for seniors to drive up and have access to resources, potentially tchotchkes from local businesses who want to take part and support our older adults in the community. So I think it's going to be a great event. I'm going to be volunteering at it. Mask, distance, all of that good stuff. So if you have the chance, reach out to Olivia at the Senior Center if you would like to learn more or volunteer for that. And I'm happy to share that information. If anyone wants to learn more, they can write to me or check in with the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we will move on to consent calendar. And do I have a motion for the consent calendar?
So moved.
A second.
We have a first and a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer? Councilmember Rary?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimous.
Okay. So we'll move on to business items. Item C1, review the Brentwood Education and Technology Center and Brentwood Senior Activity Center projects and consider a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement for professional design services with Dreyfus and Blackford Architecture for conceptual design services for the BETC and BSAC projects. And Bruce Mulder will provide the staff report. So Bruce, I'll turn it to you.
All right. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I am going to share my screen here. Can all of you see the screen here with the PowerPoint?
Yes.
All right. So this item is to consider the approval of an agreement with Dreyfus and Blackford for the professional design services for the conceptual design of the Brentwood Education and Technology Center and the Brentwood Senior Center. I have a short presentation to review the background of these projects, and then we'll provide some summary of the project phases as well. So to begin, we will start with the Brentwood Education Technology Center. As all of you are aware, the Tech Center is the former Las Vedanas Community College site. And with the college moving out, the council gave direction last summer to explore the feasibility of repurposing the facility into a youth center. The City Council Ad Hoc Committee was formed of Council Members Rodriguez and Council Member Staten. And currently we have a Council Member Meyer has replaced Staten on the Ad Hoc Committee. The former committee met several times, and this included a tour of the Concord Youth Center, which is a model of a successful youth center in Contra Costa County. And the Ad Hoc also participated in the Youth Commission Town Hall, which provided a community youth perspective on this project. In August, the council then gave further direction to continue to explore this concept by approving funding to bring an architectural firm to evaluate the building, provide conceptual designs for a youth center, and provide cost estimates for this project. Then moving on to the Brentwood Senior Center. The center was opened in 2009, and since then it has quickly outgrown its capacity. Both the 2019 Parks, Trails, and Recreation Master Plan and the current city strategic plan emphasize that an expansion of the senior center should be a top priority. With this need also acknowledged, the City Council further gave direction to explore the options for the expansion of the senior center. With both of these projects needing similar architectural services, the two projects were combined into one request for proposal. Staff conducted a search and has selected Dreyfus and Blackford for moving forward with these architectural services. Dreyfus and Blackford has done similar projects that have focused on both senior services as well as youth services. Examples of these highlighted in their proposal include the ones here, the Boys and Girls Club of San Francisco and the Sutter Health PACE facility. PACE stands for Programs of All-Inclusive Care. The firm has provided their project approach in this proposal. As part of their project, they have emphasized that further community engagement and workshops will be included to study the program elements and further define the vision for each of these facilities. They plan to approach this in 3 phases and plan to have community workshops at each phase. Phase 1 will include an assessment of the existing conditions of each building and will also include research and visioning to develop a draft for each program project. Phase 2 will develop conceptual design options that will focus on both the programming as well as the physical design elements of the building. And Phase 3 will present the final conceptual design as well as cost estimates for these projects. With approval of an agreement tonight, Staff will begin working with a firm in April, and the project is expected to be complete over the summer. With the completion of these projects, the city will then have defined conceptual plans with cost estimates that will then help guide further planning on these projects. And with that, completes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. And we also have Scott Shannon from Dreyfus and Blackford listening on the meeting this evening. So if there are questions regarding the project approach or from the consultant's point of view, we can try to get him on the line as well. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
If you could raise your hand on the app, if you have questions of staff regarding this, in order. I have to move my screen. I'm sorry, I don't see any questions of staff right now. Bruce, I do have a question, and I will rely on our city attorney to make sure that this is the location that I should ask the question on topic and on agenda. But in the process of this, in the past, I learned that there was some non-typical restrictions applied to this building in the process of finding out what the city could do with this building. And I'm going to ask you or Damien or both, is this the appropriate venue to ask for some clarifications as to what those restrictions might be as averse to just any normal building that the city owns?
I'll jump in, Mr. Mayor, before Bruce gives a response. Just to remind the council, the agenda item before you is an architectural service agreement for specific work. I think that question could provide a little bit of background to the council as they're considering whether to move forward with the agreement. But I will need to listen in on how your discussion is going. Because if it starts to move away from the agreement itself and the fundamentals of the agreement to other topics, I'll probably need to remind the council that you'll need to return to the matter at hand. But I think that particular question about the ability to use one of the buildings could impact, your consideration of the agreement. So it would seem appropriate if Mr. Mulder knows the answer to provide that.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll provide some information. I'll ask for Terrence or maybe Tim to provide some information if they have additional information. But it's my understanding that the building can only be used for certain public uses, like nonprofits or city use. It cannot be sold for commercial use based on the debt service that we have on the facility. Terrence, you're there. Do you have any more specifics on that?
Yes. Just to correct one point, the city could sell the property to anyone. We cannot lease the property to any but a nonprofit organization, or the city, of course, itself can use it. But we're not allowed to lease the property, but we could sell it to anyone.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions, and I think that did answer the concerns I had. I just wanted the full council and the community to be aware that although selling it would relieve us from that limitation, if we do continue to own it, there are some limitations that are not necessarily typical to other buildings. So thank you for that response. Are there any? Oh, yes, Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Mine is about the architectural service agreement, and I understand that the cost will be approximately $83,000. The contingency amount that we have set for this of $8,326, I know we typically do a contingency amount when we're looking at projects, but I'm curious what that might go towards, that amount of money. What might we use that for?
It's just adding a little bit of contingency for example, we have in their work plan, they have a certain amount of community workshops. If more workshops are required, that contingency can help with some of the additional hours for things like that. So that's just one example. a 10% contingency, I think, is common among certain projects, so I don't think it's out of the realms of what we've done in the past. And the budget for this project, we allocated $100,000. With the contingency, I believe it's around $91,500.
Okay, I was just curious. Thank you.
I have a quick question based on what Damien said, if I can ask this. But what is usually when you're doing a construction project, you kind of get a range of what it could be. Do we know the range of the senior center and the youth center, what it would be?
Yes. In their proposal, I want to say that it was about $58,000 was the portion or so for the tech center, with the balance for
not the range of the contract, the range of final out.
The final cost of the construction?
Yeah, like, I mean, they've done construction projects. They probably have kind of a ballpark figure of what something like that would be.
We don't have that at this point. We only have the numbers that we provided to the council in the past before we move this forward, and I believe we looked at a capital cost of about $1.25 million for the tech center. And for an expansion for the senior center, I believe it was $2 to $5 million that we had estimated based on the strategic planning process.
And we wouldn't have to go with both of them, right? Like, we could go with one, like at the end when we get the bids, we could say, okay, we got the drawings for both, but we want to go forward with one, not the other, right? Like, it's not all in. We could do either or at the end, right?
Yes. This does not commit the council to any future funding. Basically, this is using the architectural design process to define conceptual designs for these facilities and providing construction cost estimates so that we have to guide basically the future planning of this process. But there's no, and the cost really for these projects has not been identified as far as like the future funding. So council will need to have to consider that after these projects are defined, but that will all come back to the council. And then basically it'll have to be in the context of everything else that the city council has for their strategic planning and projects.
Okay. Why on this project, it looks like the outreach is going to be done by a third party versus like the Deer Ridge and the Marsh Creek Vineyards, we're doing our own outreach. Why are we using a third party? Why can't we do that like we're doing with those projects and save some money?
Sure. It's typical that consultants like to do their own outreach, and they specialize in this as part of what they do, providing workshops and working through a process to find consensus, especially when there might be some differing points of view. So it's one of their expertise, and the consultant in their proposal actually identified that this was a strength that they had in identifying this. So like, for example, the amphitheater, we're using DLR. They will be conducting those workshops as well. I can recall when we went through the Park and Rec master plan process, the consultant, they're the ones who did hosted workshops so that they can get the information, get the data, and then use it to come up with their conceptual ideas.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes, Bruce, really quick, I think that Councilmember Mendoza asked a really good question in regards to what are we looking at possibly in regards to the cost of the renovation of the building. So I do have the spreadsheet where it says the youth rough estimate in regards to what you guys have predicted through one of our ad hoc meetings that I was able to be part of. And it said, so just so you know, the $1.5 million, $150,000 of that was through architect work. So obviously it's not costing us $150,000, right? It's costing us probably about $45,000 if you just look at the youth center alone, and including the senior center, that's where we're getting to about $91,000. So there's a huge price reduction in regards to that cost, right? But we were looking at, what I have here basically says $150,000. And then when we look at the HVAC and all that, if we were to sell it, to give it to whatever we were going to do with it, those are things that we would have to do in regards to maintenance and fixing the building up to actually be able to sell the building at some point. So I know that some of the $1.5 million, we would have to cover those costs when it comes to the remodeling of the facility if we were to keep it or sell it. But at the same time, some of those numbers are not accurate. And honestly, the first one is the architectural work, because we had one was say 150, like I said, 150,000, which now is only at 91,000, but that's for two separate projects. So I just want to put out there the 1.5 million. That number has been reduced tremendously already just through those small processes that we have taken. So, and I'm going off the youth center rough estimate that we had, Bruce, at one of our meetings.
I thought you said 1.25 million.
It was actually I have here, total estimate cost would be, I think, 1.5.
No, he just said his updated estimate is 1.25.
Yeah, I said 1.25, but I think the important thing here is this is the reason why we are bringing on a architect to really assess the building, evaluate the building, and see what we can do with it. Based on what an architect can do, that number could really fluctuate when we get into what the community would like to see in the facility. If for an example, there's an opportunity to raise the ceilings and put in a gymnasium, that cost may be a lot higher than just taking out a couple walls. So we really won't know until an architect looks at the building and really tells us what we can and can't do with it, and then also works with the community to see what the stakeholders and the community would like to see as part of the program elements that go into it. So yes, we do have some rough estimates, but I reserve, seeing what the architect can do with it and see what those cost estimates look like. But it is accurate too that we estimated $550,000 just for HVAC, and that was included in that number that I just mentioned.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, did you have another question, or is your hand still up?
No, I just wanted to let Bruce know that we started on a good note, right? We had on here $150,000 for architectural work, so we've already saved at least $50,000. But also we've spent $100,000, but we're also including the senior center. So I just want to commend you guys for finding an architect that would be willing to work with us on two separate buildings within our city at the cost that was cheaper than we actually predicted. So I just wanted to, recognize you guys for working on that.
Okay, thank you. If there are no more questions of staff then, at this time we will go to public comment. Margaret.
I've received 0 written public comments on this item prior to the meeting. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer has expired. I see 2 hands raised currently. I will call on Cinziana, followed by Rod Floor. Cinziana, go ahead.
Thank you, Margaret. Good evening again. Reading the agenda packet and specifically on this item, I have several questions, and hopefully I can get an answer on them, not necessarily during this meeting, but maybe via email or whatever method is preferred. So my first question is, why not take a local architectural firm? I want to find out if we have 2 architectural firms that I know of located in Brentwood
were they invited at all to the RFP process, and were they prioritized in any way in providing their proposals in any way? I am very impressed with the selected architectural firm, and their portfolio looks amazing, as well as accolades again, for their project that they put out there. But again, I would have preferred to see somebody local. We keep the money local, and we have experts who know our city and our culture in and out. Also, I want to mention in regards to one of the comments that Mr. Rodriguez just put out there, why can't we sell a building in as is? It is a thing in real estate. I'm just kind of throwing it out there. And but anyway, the main concern I have, and I brought it up several times, is the location of the projected youth center. Why are we insisting on this location that is among homeless encampments with naked and stoned people walking right behind the building on Marsh Creek Trail? It is a daily occurrence. The sheriff department knows about it. Our police department knows about it, but it seems to be ignored in this whole process. And also, the same individuals walking naked are panhandle in the shopping center where this building is located and pass out on the sidewalk once they get a few dollars to buy some bottom shelf liquor at the nearby liquor store. And how is this location right by fast food joints, 7-Eleven stores, and how are we educated our youth about a healthy lifestyle and helping them to make good choices? Please reconsider the location for the youth center. It is not the right place to educate our youth. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod Floor.
Thank you, Margaret. I just happened to have been in the CIP meeting just before this one, and that's our basic infrastructure budget. And as was pointed out at that meeting, 37% of our infrastructure budget is still developer fees. So we have to think about the fact that we're approaching build out, and we may not have a lot more developer fees coming in the coming years. And 5 years maybe, but 10 years down the road, it seems kind of iffy. And we're sitting here talking about spending a lot of money on things, and I just want to caution the council to look at these things and consider how they're going to be sustainable through a future where there are no developer fees to continue to make. We're going to be making tough decisions, and I'm not saying that we couldn't continue to fund this youth center, but then we might have to let the roads go. We're going to be making those choices. It's all coming out of the same bucket at the end. At that meeting, it was discussed that there is an alternative location that is contemplated for some other youth activities. I think that before we go down the road of commuting to this location, I did hear talk about maybe a comparison of the options that we have to find out which locations could we combine the two. Is there one location that's better than the other? What would be the comparative economics? And to that, I would add, how are we going to pay for it in the future? And is there one location that's better than the other in terms of putting a lighter load on future budgets when, maybe you and I don't have to pay for it anymore, but to people who live here then will be still having to pay for it, and they're not going to be having home building going on to help them pay for their nice things. They're going to have to pay for them themselves. So I'd like to hear some careful consideration. I really hope that consideration could be done before the city moves forward with committing to this particular expenditure. I do support that the city should explore things, and it does cost money to explore things. We have that same situation going on in Deer Ridge, but I just think in this case, until the alternatives are sifted out a little bit better, it might be worth just taking a step back and saying, look, which one do we want to explore? Because you can't really explore, 2 or 3 options and spend 3 times the money. So you kind of need to whittle it down. So those are my thoughts on the topic. Thank you very much.
I see no additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, seeing that there are no more hands raised in public comment, we will close public comment. And we will move, if you have any additional questions or wish to express comments on this agenda item, if you could raise your hand, council, and I'll call on you in order. The hands are raised on discussion of this item. Councilmember Rary.
I just wanted to comment that I still feel the same, that we should know how we're going to pay for this if we build it. And figuring that out in the long run, I think it's something that we're putting. Well, anyway, I think it's something we need to do ahead of time, is to figure out how we're going to fund this on an ongoing basis. It's needed. Both the youth center and the expansion of the senior center are greatly needed. It's just that I think we're doing this backwards.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I had asked that question too, as far as when I had a meeting with City about the developer fees and how that would impact future, growth of this nature. And I'm wondering if someone on the call could potentially give us a little bit of a feedback on what that would look like if we did not have the availability to use developer fees for something like keeping a youth center sustainable. So there's that. I'm hoping maybe staff can address that question. And then the other thing is there a chance we can see a side-by-side comparison of, not that I don't believe that the 3 sites will all be equal when it comes to potential uses for a youth center. I think Vice Mayor Rodriguez is correct about that. I think there's certainly not, the Windsor Way does not seem to have the capacity to be able to do what the tech center can do. But I understand what everyone is saying, and I think we do have to be wise about making sure we've looked at what those things are. So, Bruce, I think even verbally would maybe ease things a little bit as far as understanding what those things could look like. And again, the sustainability when it comes to developer fees for future funding. If those 2 questions could be answered, I'd feel a lot better.
So to answer your question about developer fees can be used for the capital cost, so the one-time construction cost, but will not be able to be used for the ongoing operational cost. So the ongoing operational costs will be sustained by user fees, but there will be additional operational costs for some staffing, and the model for the tech center could very well be a nonprofit operated facility or a city-run facility. That hasn't yet been determined as far as what that looks like. We're still exploring both options for that.
So can you share a little bit more about, the question seems to be coming up about the 3 different sites that were discussed in the CIP. So is this something we can discuss, or do we have to agendize that before we address that issue? I see Damien, so I'm thinking we have to.
Yes, your agenda tonight talks about reviewing the BTC Center, BETC, and the Brentwood Senior Activity Center. It doesn't discuss other sites in the city for tonight's meeting. So we need to limit it to the 2 sites at hand. If the council wants a broader discussion on other sites, that would need to be at another meeting. Obviously, also the contract you could discuss tonight as well.
Councilmember Meyer, does that answer your current question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I see your hands up.
So sorry. I was doing really well there too. I was on a roll. Anyway, going back to the question that the Councilmember Meyer had mentioned to ask Bruce in regards to how would this be maintained if there's no developer fees, things like that. I think through our ad hoc committee meetings, our current one, and then also our past meetings, the discussions went around, you know, like Bruce has mentioned, is our user fees, but also looking at the possibility of partnering with the nonprofit to come in and actually utilize the building, like a YMCA, a Boys and Girls Club, just different, you know, just to throw some names out there, not that those are it. But also some of the things that we had talked about was talking to some private donors, right? Locally, people that would be willing to support this type of initiative to support our youth in Brentwood. And then also, I know there's been other projects, for example, the library and other projects like that were very costly, that foundations were involved, right? You had different foundations from within the Bay Area that invested in some of these projects that the city of Brentwood does. So I think we have various options, but I think like our attorney has said, Damien, is that we really don't know what kind of funding we would need or what kind of support we need if we don't even know what we're going to be having in there, I guess, what's actually going to be there. So I know that, you know, I just going off of what Councilmember Meyer had mentioned was those are some of the different ways I know that have been discussed at our ad hoc meetings pertaining to possibly figuring out ways to help this be sustainable.
Councilmember Meyer, you had your hand up again.
Yes, I know there's been a lot of talk back and forth about do we consider switching? Do we consider moving the senior center to the tech center and then the tech center and the youth center, you know, anyway, switch those two locations. I'm not saying I prefer one or the other. I only want to ask, would the architecture, would the firm consider something like that? Are they looking at potential uses like that as well? Or is it very rigidly, here's youth center and here is senior center expansion?
The direction from council was to look at the tech center as the youth center and expansion of the senior center as a senior center. But part of the project development here is that they will do workshops with the community to work through the visioning, the goals, and develop the program elements of these facilities. So through that process, you know, more of the information will come forward from the community as far as what they would like to see in these facilities. So I don't think it's 100% rigid. I think the architect will be able to work with both of these facilities if somehow the community came out and had a different perspective. But the direction from council and the way that the RFP was written was the youth center as the tech center and expansion of the senior center.
Member Mendoza.
Yeah, I'm concerned about the ongoing payment because as it sounds, it's going to be $350,000 a year just out of the gate, right? So how are we going to pay for $350,000 a year? What is, like, who are we going to hire? Like, all of that. I think that we need the funding in place before we move forward. The other thing is, like, I mean, Cinziana Todor called in. I've said this to Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I do not like the location at all whatsoever. It is around the bend from a liquor store. I just drove down there Friday night, and there is neon alcohol beverage signs. I sell Alf Bev. I have no problem with Alf Bev. But do I want my kids near Alf Bev neon signs when they go to a youth center? No, I don't. Do I want them across from a hookah lounge when they go to a youth center? No, I don't. I don't have anything against tattoos. I think some of them are fantastic. It's right across the street from a tattoo shop. I think that we need to decide what quality of, around the area do we want, and is this the best area? I've felt like this for a long time. This is nothing new. I don't like the location. I am one of the proponents in switching the locations, putting the youth center at the, where the aquatic center is, and moving the senior center. And the rationale for that is that we talk about helping kids, and I think that our city should look into, a swim team for underprivileged kids, teaching them how to be lifeguards, giving them life skills. And I mean, giving them something outdoors. And I grew up in East Oakland. It's a concrete jungle. And we need to do more for kids than continue to give them concrete jungles. There is no green space at all whatsoever. And I don't like that at all. Again, and maybe that's because that's what I grew up with. And it wasn't until I got out of that and saw what was possible that, I just think that's necessary. But I think what we need to do is have some kind of workshop with all of us and look at the 3 spaces, look at what's possible with the 3 spaces, and see which one really fits the needs the most. Because this is now 3 spaces, and yeah, they're all different, but it's like a hodgepodge. We haven't defined anything. So, I think Councilmember Rary said the one by Sand Creek was, envisioned it being 3 stories. So it looks like we can do everything if it's a 3-story building, if we have classrooms and floors 2s and 3s, sports at the bottom. So I don't know. I think we need to table this and have a workshop because I don't know anything. I don't know the finances. I don't know what we're going to do there. I don't know how we're going to fund it ongoing, but I need more information. And I know that you have a spreadsheet there, Vice Mayor Rodriguez. I've never seen a spreadsheet on any financials. I've never been given more information like that. So I think we all need to be working off the same information.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez, your hand's up.
Sorry about that, yes. So in regards to the 3 spaces, I just want to mention, and Bruce, if you could correct me if I'm wrong, but the other 2 spaces that are being discussed by, I know, a local resident, but also a council member, is those spaces do not have a facility currently on them. I know that the concern is that we're going to spend $350,000 a year, which we may or may not, because we really don't know what it's going to cost until we understand what the actual what the actual programs are going to look like. So my thing is that for now, what we're looking for is just to move forward with the architectural work so that we can actually know what these numbers possibly will be, so we can get into those larger discussions about is it feasible or not. But the first step that we're trying to take is just to get to that discussion, but we can't do that unless we get through this one tonight, because we don't know what's actually going to be out there. In regards to the other 2 locations, which I know very well because I grew up next to one all my life, is that there's nothing there now. We have to build from the ground up, which means electrical, plumbing, all these different things, foundation, all the things. It's going to cost a lot more than $1.5 million to build a building in that location. But also, I think the other thing that was brought up, and I think Councilmember Maya had brought it up as well, that I had mentioned was earlier, is that the Windsor Way will not be large enough to be able to accommodate what we're looking for our youth. So going back to the seniors, in regards to the seniors, and the discussions that I've had with the seniors, and that we actually met with the senior board, they don't want to be in 4 walls neither. They don't want no sunlight. They don't want to be in that building either. So there becomes a conflict, right? So, and that's in regards to some of the conversations that I've had. Now, obviously that might have changed, but I know in the past, those conversations, they really didn't like the building itself neither. So just things, to put out there. I'm not, yeah. Thank you.
And if I could remind the entire council to please limit the discussion to the 2 sites before you. There's been a few mentions tonight on the different locations, but we're looking at just the 2 specific ones, the tech center and the existing senior center.
Thank you, Damien. One of the things that I think I've heard everyone agree on, if not just tonight, but in other discussions that this council has had, is that we really need something for both our youth and our seniors. And it's something that we can't really, whatever the decision is tonight, we really have to focus on getting something for our young people. This COVID imprisonment of our kids for the last year has really brought out some astonishing reports of the health, the mental health, the physical health of our kids. And and as a city, ever since I've lived here, and I can imagine that most of you have heard similar conversations, people are always saying there's nothing for our kids to do here. And so I don't believe that there's a question as to whether or not we need to have a youth center. And there have been several points, brought up tonight, and I think they're very valid in my opinion, is that, looking at the location of which one is senior and which one is youth, I think both of those are extremely valid things that we've got to find out. But at the same time, with the ability that we have right now to move forward, find out what the infrastructure actually is, find out what can happen. Like was brought up by the Vice Mayor, the lighting situation. There are many things that you can do to a building that has limited lighting as far as skylights, wall lights, different things like that, wall panels that can be seen through. You can really improve what the current situation is of the building that we're talking about at Sand Creek. But whether or not that is in the architectural recommendation or not, I think right now we have an opportunity to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, in bringing something that all of the families, or at least many of the families that have children in our community, are regularly approaching me about and talking about, and that's bringing something for our young people. And having been around youth facilities before, and I'm not part of the subcommittee here, but I've traveled around a lot, and there are so many opportunities that we have here to have and ultimately a combination of athletic participation as well as mentorship, as well as I've spoken to some of the representatives of the union saying that they would love to partner with the city as well as LMC in bringing mentorship programs for a skill set that people could have a great career in and young people could. And I was just speaking to someone today who is in the process of bringing another company into town who raised his children here, that there are individuals that do not want to go to a four-year college, but they're really not made aware of all of the other options that might be available. A youth center could be combined in something like that. And public and private partnerships, as far as paying for things, is the way that most cities now are really trying to do that. And if we could have a public-private partnership with a youth center, that would offset a significant amount, if not all, of the concerns of financial future viability. So I really am in favor of finding out what it is that we can do, especially since it comes in so far under budget for both facilities, and find out which facility works best for which use, find out what the cost would be. I'd be very interested in finding out what it would take financially for a ground up building of the facility. What would it cost to build a facility similar to the ones that we have currently if it was just from raw earth? And find those comparisons as well. But I really believe that seeing the damage, and there's no other kinder word to use, seeing the damage that our families and our children and our young people have suffered through this year, and the spikes in the teen suicides have tripled over what they were pre-COVID in the state of California. And when you start dealing with the real life impacts of not having resources for our young people, where the cost of not doing something on a human level, on a community level, is going to far exceed the price of doing something right now. And I think we need to move forward and invest in our community, invest in the future of our families and our children and our seniors as well. So Councilmember Rary.
There's been talk about feasibility and being able to run this and that we need to do this now and figure this thing out, but, you know, we'll worry about how we're going to pay for it later. It's been 10 months since this was brought up. During that 10 months, we could have had a feasibility study done and to determine how we could pay for it and what funds this thing was going to come from. But instead, this project has gone through, and that was just the way that council wanted it to go through. I again feel that we're putting the cart before the horse in trying to design a building and what the cost will be to design that building or to build that or retrofit it before we know how we're going to pay. And it may be $350,000, but it was up to, I think, $799,000. The lower part was if we got a nonprofit to come in and run it, that was how much we'd be subsidizing. The higher part was if the city had to run it themselves. So I think $350,000 to $800,000 a year on how we are going to fund this, and that will also included if we were to even get some money from the youth who attended there. So, and how much is that going to cost? I mean, $2 a day is a lot of money. $1 a day, you know, is anyway. So those are the types of things I think we need to get underhand before this building's not going anywhere right now. I think we need to take a pause and get a feasibility study done on this before we move forward. And I know that's a future agenda item, but I'm sticking to my guns of where I was before.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza. You're on mute, Councilmember Mendoza.
I would love the idea of it getting funded, but can both of you guarantee me 100% we'll get funding? Because if you can't guarantee me 100%, then it's taxpayer funding, right? And it's a lot of money. And you can see we have projects. I mean, I just went over some projects that legally we have to do and we're going to have to figure out how to do. And we're going to have to figure out how to fund. So going through this CIP right now and then talking about this, it's a little difficult. And again, future agenda item, I think we need a feasibility study, but we also need the matrix. We need to understand what's going on here, because I don't even know what we're going to do with this center. And again, you know, I think, Mayor, you said we could talk about both of them, but the contract doesn't say that. The contract doesn't say that they're going to look at both and see which one would be better suited for what. So I think that if that's what you're thinking is going to happen, that's not what we're signing up for right now. So again, I think we need more public input before we go forward. How do people feel about this location? Do parents feel like I do? I mean, I want a youth center. 100% I want a youth center. I've been waiting for the one on Sand Creek in Fairview since I moved here. So, I mean, it's been a long time that's been sitting there. I've said for years I would sign up for a bond on that, like in a second. And this is way before I was on council, because I think our kids need something to do. So I don't want to shortchange our residents. And because we have this, we'll make it fit. We need to do the right thing by our residents. Just like I said about housing, best quality housing, we should have the best quality, best location for a youth center. This location, I want you to go to this location with your children at 7, 8 o'clock at night on a Friday or Saturday night or Thursday night, whatever night, and tell me if that's where you want your kids in the evening. Because, again, I wouldn't.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, for me, it's the feasibility study that Councilmember Rari's mentioned. I think it is important. It's very important because obviously, you know, if this is something we're going to have to maintain and sustain and things like that, we need to do a feasibility study. I just don't, to me, I don't see how we do that without at least getting past this stage to be able to see what that would actually look like when we talk about the fees, right? In regards to the location, I've heard it over and over again, and I think this project and I think the location is going to be so beneficial to the whole community. I don't see it in the same eyes of others. We talk about, wanting our kids to be in those areas. My kids are in those areas. They go visit their grandfather, their grandma, their aunts, their uncles. We live in those areas. They grew up in those areas. So my thing is it the best? Maybe not. Is there things that we can do better and clean up? Of course. I'm not going to say it's the best, but I see this community center not only being so beneficial to the whole community, but also to that community. And I hate to do that because I don't want to say this community, that community, because it impacts the whole community. But that community doesn't have anything at this time. Now, if we're going to continue to look at it in those kind of eyes and that kind of way, what are we ever going to build in that part of the community to inspire and to motivate those young kids that have to walk through those streets on a daily basis because they don't have a choice? They live there, right? Everything's been taken from that community or is not being built in that community. So for me, I'll be honest, it was an inspiration to see Los Pinales College within that community college working in that area, because a lot of those people go to community college, and that's had been moved and relocated. Well, now we have an opportunity. So when we talk about the location, I mean, we have 4 smoke shops in the city of Brentwood. I mean, we have it's not even a smoke shop; it's a market, right? We have markets in Brentwood. I know that it's not the best, it's not the greatest, but it's also not the worst. And I think that there's nowhere that I've seen where youth centers or teen centers can be built in areas that are maybe not the best. Sometimes the areas they're most needed. They're most needed because the residents in those communities, those kids in the community, need a place to go. And especially when it's cost effective, when it could, when it's feasible for those families. So I guess for me, I understand. Maybe we don't, it might be rough to walk in those areas. We may not want our kids to go in those areas. We may not be the best location, but we have a lot of kids that live in those areas that don't have that choice. So for me, I think it's a great location. I think it's great for the city of Brentwood. I think it's great for that community and that area. I think that I don't see how, and I know Councilmember Mendoza has mentioned this, that she believes there needs to be a youth center, and that's good. But I don't know how we do not support the future of our young people within the city of Brentwood, regardless of where it's at. I mean, being on the other side of town is not going to make it any better than the other side of town. So that doesn't really make a difference about what's going to be operating and happening within those 4 walls, which could be miracles and opportunities for our young kids. So to me, the location, I mean, I've been to East Oakland. I got friends that run programs in Oakland, San Francisco, all those. And normally they're in the worst places of Oakland and San Francisco and doing the most beautiful work, right? And nobody's being hurt or anything. So in saying that, the location for me is fine. I feel that, I mean, for us to really understand the fees and what's going to cost, I mean, we just got to get past this stage, and we could be able to see what we could do for our seniors and also our youth within the city of Brentwood. I mean, yeah.
Real quick, you say no one's going to get hurt?
Excuse me, Councilmember Mendoza. The next hand that was up was Councilmember Meyer.
No, I just quick. He said no one's going to get hurt. My response
Councilmember Mendoza, Councilmember Meyer had her hand up first, and so
I know. But I'm just responding.
So I'm going to call on Councilmember Meyer right now.
Move on.
You don't.
No one's going to
I'm
get
sorry,
hurt.
you don't have the floor right now. Councilmember Meyer has the floor.
He made a comment that was a lie.
Councilmember Mendoza, I know you're passionate and you're thank you, but it's Councilmember Meyer's floor. Thank you, Councilmember Meyer. You have your hand up.
I have a question for past council, and I remember listening to all of these and watching these council meetings last year. What I don't recall is why this move was decided before the idea of doing a feasibility study. And I'm hoping that someone can educate me about that process and why we're here instead of feasibility study first and then this.
Well, being a part of that council, part of the reasoning was this: in order to know what the numbers are, what was possible, you have to have a baseline. And a part of the baseline of the decision-making process is knowing what we have to work with. So what is the structure? What is possible with the structure architecturally in both of the buildings? And so that was part of the reasoning. Is part of the baseline information was simply to get an architect to let us know what is or isn't possible, so we know what is or isn't feasible.
That has nothing. That has to do with the building itself. We're talking about long-term maintenance, the $350,000 to $799,000 a year, not one time like it is to build a building, but a year. And without knowing where that funding is going to come from, you'll want to move forward with on the cost to actually do the building. So I said it's been 10 months. We could have easily had a feasibility study. It would have been there. It would have told us, is this something we can do now? Or are we spinning our wheels and spending money that, you know, that could be used for something else?
Well, and this is where we disagreed last time, and I completely understand your point. But the reality is part of the infrastructure and the architectural structure, it is a part. The feasibility study, the amount of how are we going to take care of it in the future, that is the very next step after this step that we're making a decision on tonight. So that in order
That's interesting, because that's opposite of what the Vineyards Amphitheater. We did a feasibility study to know what the ongoing costs were going to be for that thing, and deciding on how much we would have to do, and then we got a contract for somebody to build it, not the other way around. So
and that's exactly right, because there is no building that we have to take into the metrics of because at the amphitheater there is nothing that we have to find out what structure that we have to work around potentially. So, Councilmember
Tim turned his camera on. Did you turn it on for a reason, Tim? Did you have something to add to that in response to my question?
I'd like to offer some assistance. I hear lots of difference of opinions about how to proceed. If you're looking at a feasibility study, the best feasibility study is going to engage the community, find out what their wishes and desires and what they want to, what kind of programming they'd like to see in the community. And this architect can help lead us through that process. So I was going to suggest if we'd like to get the architect available to answer some questions. They've tackled hundreds of these kinds of projects and these kind of policy dilemmas and might have some suggestions to help you guys work through some consensus on this. So Bruce, is there somebody that we could call on to maybe just share a few perspectives on how the council can maybe best approach this?
Yeah, we can see if Scott Shannon is still on the line. Staff had talked to him earlier today, and he was going to listen in and be available.
Scott is available, so we'll go ahead and unmute Scott.
All right, thank you.
While we unmute him, I think the comment of no one's going to get hurt is a lie. I actually was at a location like that, and I got held up at gunpoint. So for someone to say that it is a lie is a slap in the face to people like me who actually have had to deal with something in a parking lot super similar to the one we're going to be using. So when I said it's my background and that's why I'm making my decision the way I'm making it, is because I do have a personal experience. So don't belittle people's experiences when they've gone through something like that, when they were 18 years old.
Good evening. Can people hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shannon.
Good evening. My name is Scott Shannon with Drivus and Blackford Architects. I'm a partner and principal with the firm and have worked on many assignments very similar to this. There is obviously a lot of passion about the uses of these functions. One of the first things I would put on the table is we would use sometimes the terms that have been stated here, feasibility study, for exactly what we're contracted to do. We consider the work that we've been asked to propose on a feasibility study. The first part of that study is to understand these two very valuable assets that the City of Brentwood, has. That is of value to you to understand how to use them. Now, we have a particular direction that's given to us in this proposed request that we responded to. But they are strong assets. They have some challenges, without a doubt, both of them, the senior center and the existing location of the past community college. Part of the things that you're contracting us to do is help you to realize how to best use these assets to build up the benefits that they can give you, okay? That's a process. And the first part of that process is for us to understand what we are working with. The existing community college building that is more or less vacant at this point in time, there are a lot of opportunities there. There are opportunities to carve into that building. There's opportunities to bring in natural light. There's opportunities to bring in green areas. Now, all of that is a cost trade-off of what value you want to achieve from that space. But what you're contracting us to do is to give you visions and opportunities for these spaces to serve your community, whether it's for seniors or youth. You know, both perspectives of your community. And I look at both of these spaces, and I've toured through both of them in some detail. I haven't been there in the evenings. There is the size and opportunity to really make strong, valuable assets for the city. Now, I really can't comment more at this point until we're allowed to delve into the process, to have a series of workshops to even understand what the program could be. Right now, there is, in our opinion, absolutely no program that we have seen given to us as a document for the youth center. So to understand how many people will use it, what the potential for growth, what functions and facilities you want to hold there, that's the first stage of our process working together with you on. That's feasibility, if you want to call it that. It's been phrased as a conceptual design proposal. We would use that term appropriately too. So that would be my comment for right now. I don't know whether I can comment any more until we perhaps could have the opportunity to continue with this. We value this opportunity, and I will say, as has been commented by the past with people that have reviewed our proposal, this scope is very familiar to what we have done in the past for other communities from San Francisco to Sacramento.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Councilmember Meyer, your hand was up first, and then Councilmember Rary.
Excuse me, I forgot to put it down, but I would like to say that I thought the report was beautifully done, and I looked at a lot of the pictures, and those projects were beautiful as well. I don't think there's a doubt that the work that your firm does is top-notch, and I hope you don't think that based on us being passionate about things we believe in. We just need to make sure we're making the right moves for the city and the residents and everything. So thank you for being available for questions. I'm sure we'll have a few.
Thank you. Councilmember Rary.
So the feasibility part of it that I've been saying is like we did with the fire. I mean, fire, we said, okay, how much do you think we're going to need? And where will we have to cut that money in order to do that? That's what I want. I want to know what services we have to cut in order to subsidize $350,000 to $800,000 a year. What services are we going to cut? So that's the answer I want. And it didn't take us that long to get it for fire. Again, it's been 10 weeks or 10 months, going on 11, and it'd be great if that could be answered. If it comes out and says, you know what, we're good, we're not going to be touching anything, let's go do it. But if it's going to be cutting from other services that we just can't cut from, that's something we need to look at too. And I think the building's a great idea, using it and reusing it. And I couldn't say that I wouldn't be for this once we know how much money there is available. I think it's very important. It's long overdue. Both the youth center and, the senior center is bursting at the seams. But we need to know how we're going to fund that. So staff can come back to us and say, here are some of your options to cut in order to get to that $800,000, the $350,000 or the $800,000. I mean, this could have been so easy to go forward on.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
If I could jump in and maybe answer. Go ahead.
No, I would like to see that on paper too, like, and kind of force rank it. Like at 350,000, these are the services. At 500,000, these are the services. At 800,000, these are the services. And then, but I also, before we move forward, want to see a survey with our residents. What do our residents want for their children? What programs do they want to see? I think we can get that before we even pay $100,000. I think we can put together our own survey like we're doing with Deer Ridge and the amphitheater. I don't understand why that's not something we would do ourselves. I don't get that. And that's where I think I'm also like, why are we jumping the gun? I without knowing what people want. I don't know.
So maybe we can answer one of the questions. I know, Carrie, when we had the staff presentation back in September of last year to the prior council, we had addressed some of the funding capacities that are available. Carrie, can you just highlight briefly the replacement fund that is unique and has some limited uses for other projects that would be very much available for this project uniquely? Maybe just highlight that. That might help in some of the discussions, some of the concerns.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council members. So we were looking at using replacement funds for the initial cost of construction on the facility. So there's two separate issues, and I think it's been identified here that we're looking at one thing is the cost of construction. The other thing is the cost of operation.
No. You were breaking up there, Carrie. Maybe start the last three sentences over again.
The last three sentences, okay. Why don't I start with, so I mentioned the replacement funds, that's for construction, right? So that's for if you're trying to get the building up and going. Replacement funds come from the general fund. It's just we have funds that get saved up over time. So to replace those, you're looking at some sort of annual contribution just to get it back where it was. But that's typical. That's how you do that. Then you look at the ongoing costs. And one of the things with the ongoing costs, so you're looking at general fund for ongoing costs, less whatever is covered through your programming or whatever partnership you have. So that delta, that's general fund. There is another piece of this, and that is so everybody's been talking about the debt service that exists on the building. That's there regardless of what we do. So to that extent, that's sort of, I look at that as kind of a fixed cost. Now, before, when we had LMC in there, they were paying us enough rent to offset that fixed cost. So that's what was going on, is they were paying us rent, that covered the debt service, so there really wasn't much of a city or general fund hit there. In fact, there really wasn't one at all. So now with the building vacant, now we've got to pick up this few $100,000. So that's sort of a baseline. So no matter what we do, we're stuck with that debt service. So I just want to make sure that's, when we talk about that first few $100,000, that's there. If we can offset it, from a financial perspective, great, but that's going to be there if the building sits vacant or if we do something with it, at least for the next, I think it's got about 12 years left on it.
Unless we sell it.
So that's kind of, I'm sorry?
Unless we sell it, then there's no debt service on it.
Correct. If we were to sell it, then, of course, the debt service would go away. And as was discussed, I think in the CIP workshop, there are restrictions, or maybe that was in this discussion, I can't remember. There are restrictions on that building related to that debt service. We can only do certain things with it. One option, I don't want to get the attorney to turn his camera on here, but one option would be that if we were to pay off that debt, for example, that would expand what we could do. We could do whatever we want with it at that point. So there's more options here. I think I may be diving a little deeper than what you need, but hopefully that answers the immediate question on the funding of the construction versus the ongoing.
ongoing. It was started about 350, and didn't it go to like 799?
That was my recollection from the numbers from last summer when we were looking at that with the ad hoc. I think that there are assumptions built into there. I think that was absent some contributions from fees and such. So I'm not sure how, that may have been worst case.
So what I've been asking for all along, and I know it's a future agenda item, but what city services would we have to cut back on or eliminate completely in order to fund this at the 350 to 799 forever? Because unless we close it down, it's something that will be so we're all long gone.
I see Damien.
As Councilmember Rary correctly said, going further into discussion of what can be cut or what can't be cut, it's starting to go beyond what the agenda is tonight. The discussion we've been having so far has been on the two projects, and I think that's appropriate given how the agenda is written, but moving further from that starts to stray from what the public expects to be discussed tonight.
Could we not vote on this tonight and have a workshop with the public to get their input? Because I think that's the hard thing, right? Like, you're asking me to vote on something, spend $100,000 like it's nothing when I don't even know what the end product looks like or what people want. And I've never seen the council do that, Damien. So it's just weird for me that I'm voting for something that we might not ever use. We might get the architectural design and never use it. And that's $100,000. We're like everything else, like, the lighting that we did in Deer Ridge, it's going to get paid back. Like, everything we're doing gets paid back, but this one might just be done. So I feel like, how do we get more information? Do we have another meeting, like bring up another agenda item where we have more discussion and talk about all three sites? Is that okay?
Well, I want to give a little caution on that. Staff is very busy with other projects, and to try to add one more that we have to try to facilitate is challenging and might prolong this. I've heard from one that we've taken 10 months too long on this, and another says, why are we rushing into this? So somewhere's the happy balance, right? We do need more information in order to put together a program and put some cost estimates together, and that's what the expertise that Mr. Shannon and his firm that he works for can help provide. Could staff do it? Yes. Will it be as proficient as quickly? I don't think so. Staff did some initial feasibility study in-house last summer, and that's how we got to this point of getting council direction to move forward with this architectural study. So we're just trying to follow direction, and we'll take whatever direction you want to take from here.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to say something, but yeah, I'm okay right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. Could we have access to the feasibility that the staff took part in last time? I mean, Councilmember Mendoza and I were not on the council at the time, so we are working with only part of the information. Was there something that talked about some of these things we're not allowed to talk about tonight?
No, it was provided back August, September of last year to the city council. So the information's out there publicly, but we probably could have included, I suppose, in this agenda report for your background information. But the germane fact is, do we want to bring an architect in to help us facilitate this process or not? I think that's the policy decision tonight.
Can I just make a motion? To move forward with this project?
Before you make a motion, Vice Mayor, I do have a question of staff. With the information that an architect would bring, would that just be if we do not move forward, and it's a very valid concern that Councilmember Mendoza brought up. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents. every penny is valuable, especially during these times of recovery. Is that just lost money, or is that information that we can use no matter what we do with the building? At least give us some idea of what can be done if we choose not to move forward with either one of these options.
Well, just as an example, like last fall when we brought this concept before you, we talked about the senior center. We have, during the master plan process, an estimate of $2 to $4 million. I can't do anything with that until I go to conceptual stage. We bring in the stakeholders in the community and get them engaged in what would they like to see, how would they like to do it. I can't do anything with that. We have to move it forward at some point. So that's just on the senior center. I hear there may not be agreement on the location of the youth center. And really, I think it's probably more of a policy decision, because if it's at the tech center, it's got bigger space for more active recreation, sporting uses. If it's swapped to the senior center, it's going to be more passive uses. There's less opportunities for some of those recreation and larger spaces. So I hear from the council there's probably interest in a youth center somewhere, and there's interest in expanding the senior center somewhere. This architect could be a process to help you get there. But I'm hearing there's some reluctance as well to spend anything until you know more, and that's going to be challenging to get you more of what you're looking for without some additional help.
Councilmember Meyer.
I did not mean to keep my hand up. I will take it down. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see on my screen there. I wanted to make sure Councilmember Rary didn't have her hand up. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I just want to, I guess going back to what's on the agenda, right, is that it's the youth center, the youth center and the senior center, right, which is great. We're getting at a very cheap price in regard to what we actually thought that would cost us in regards to architectural work. I really feel that it's a great opportunity. Me personally, I think the location's fine. I don't have a problem with the location. I think it's, like I said in the past, I think it's a really big benefit to the whole community, but also to that portion of the community as well. But yeah, so I just, because I know that most of the conversation has been around the youth center, but there's also another entity involved, and that's the senior center, which I think is a great opportunity for them to be able to enhance the services and programs that they have, because I know they are outgrown that facility. So I know through the discussions in the past when we were looking at this, they actually would have liked to see their facility grow, and that's why we also included them in the architectural work. And so I just think that it's great, and I just want us to remember it's not just the youth center that's being impacted with this.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, I have a quick question about zoning. I know, we had a discussion because someone was upset with the smoke shop near, they called me about near Liberty, and it was far enough. It was fine. Have we done the measurements regarding how close it is to the liquor store around the bend, because it's in the same parking lot? And then also they sell liquor across the street at the restaurant. Have we done zoning? Is it legal? Is it okay to have it there? Has someone measured? Kim?
Karen?
Mr. Mayor, so I can answer. The distance requirements apply to the uses like liquor stores, not to a youth center. So there's nothing to prohibit the youth center from coming into that location. It would be prohibited for a liquor store or a smoke shop to come in close to a existing youth center. So it doesn't restrict the use of that property.
Okay. Just making sure, because we did get calls from parents about the smoke shop, and they don't want their kids near a smoke shop. So, that's why I think we need to do a city survey first. I think we need to ask them how they feel about that location. I think we are going to run into some issues.
I know the term circle back is getting popular now with our new presidential administration, but I want to circle back to something that Councilmember Mendoza brought up earlier about is it either or, and I think that was a very good point. And I was wondering if should we, if we were to move forward with the process with this particular architectural firm, and we decide that through the information that they are able to get from the community, as well as the structural information that we would have and everything else that they would be able to bring, and we decide that this is not a location that we want for the youth center, that information can still be applied to potentially having this become the senior center. I know that there's been conversation amongst the seniors about that. I've had several approach me about it. And so is that something that would be beneficial, and through that same process still be able to accomplish everything else that all of the council members have been asking about? Tim, is that something you could answer?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And Mr. Shannon has his hand raised, so he may be able to enlighten us further. But once you get past this phase 1 workshop, I believe with their scope of work to do conceptual drawings on each facility, if there was a desire by the council, the community to swap that would still be consistent with their scope of work. So maybe Mr. Shannon, would you like to add any comments to that?
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yes, I actually had my hand accidentally raised, but I can't comment. One of the things that we noted in our proposal, which we think is very valuable for almost all projects, is building in flexibility. It is hard for us all to predict. Imagine a year and a half ago, before the pandemic hit, of how the impacts we would have there. With any type of gathering space, whether it's for seniors or teens, we will be building in flexibility and dual use for many functions. Now, can I say that they're interchangeable, a senior center versus a teen center? Perhaps not, but there are a lot of similar spaces. Gathering spaces of an assembly size, small meeting spaces, small education spaces, and athletic spaces for both seniors and teens. So there are some similarities. And the word I just want to get out there is that one of our objectives to work with you is to build in flexibility for these assets. I very intentionally chose that term asset because they are owned by the city of Brentwood. They have value to them now that isn't realized. The vacant space is not a realized value right now. We believe the services that we will produce together with you all will help visualize what that asset can be for you. It was determined in the proposal that it would be a teen center, but there are some options that could come out, some different visions that could come out as we're able to start this process. As you've all seen, was presented by others earlier in the meeting, there's 3 phases that we go through. The first phase is basically exploratory and visioning, understanding what you have to work with. There are structural issues. There are other engineering issues that have to be worked out no matter what you use that facility for. That's the first phase. And with that phase, we develop a program. And that program could be realized in other locations. It's true. How much sport capacity, how much storage capacity, how much meeting capacity, assembly space capacity. Actually, all those things apply to the senior center too. At least in the senior center situation, we're looking at an expansion, an addition, not a new build out of an existing space. So we won't have a real solid picture until we get halfway through the second phase of our work. And then the third phase, which I think is just absolutely crucial, is for us to put some costs on this. Costing is part of our services. We're bringing in a dedicated cost consultant that we've worked with on many complex projects that can give you real dollar impacts on what this build out will cost. Now, part of our charge is not in the maintenance or to understand where the money will come from, but it gives you a benchmark from which that you can work with, okay? If it's too high, then there are ways to think about only building out part of the space. There's so many options right now, and until one is able to delve into this, it's hard to really, we don't want to be over predictive until we can get into the process a bit.
Thank you. Councilmember Rarick.
So everybody keeps bringing up the senior center, and again, I think it's great that we can do this, but I'll bring the argument back to what we had last time, is that first in the Parks and Trails and Recreation Master Plan, the expansion of the senior center is listed as a long-term project. So it's not even something that's, there's a whole lot of other projects before that. And as I mentioned last time, we've done, I think, 3 feasibility studies on the Vineyards Amphitheater. So we're spending a couple $100,000 each time to go through that for the amphitheater. So what happens is the senior center, we don't build it for 10 years. The expansion has gotten to the point where we really need to make some changes. We have to go all the way back to the drawing board again. And I just think that we need to know how we're going to pay, what services we're going to have to cut in order to fund this before we spend money on designing it.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Terry mentioned that we would have to dip into our general fund for this. So our 30% would be reduced. It wouldn't be 30% anymore. And then we would have to recoup it. So I agree. I'd like to see the financials first, like where are we getting the fixed cost money from? So, and where is that coming from and what's going to give there? And then again, stepping through it. So if we can get, if we get nothing, it's 700 and something thousand a year for the youth center, what gives? And then if we get, $300,000 from a private donor or $400,000, what is going to give each year? Because we did it, you all did it with COVID, right? COVID came, there was a forecasted amount that you estimated to lose. So you went through all of your projects about what you were going to give up with COVID. So I just don't understand why that's a hard ask. Before we prove $100,000 in spend, why it's a hard ask to see what we're going to be giving up when it comes to services to our residents. Because what's going to happen is we're going to cut something, because that's what's going to happen, and then residents are going to be like, oh, well, you cut this. I mean, we know they're upset about the library hours, and there's going to be, something else. So can we just see the step through of the financials of what we'll have to give to sustain a youth center? Because there's no point in spending $100,000 if it's not going to be sustainable. And I don't think that's a big ask. And Kim, you said there's a lot of projects. Then let's go through the project list. Like, what is most important? Is this most important? Then we move it up to the top. So maybe once a quarter during our council meetings, we go through all of your projects that, you say you're having workforce issues with, and we decide as a council what is most important to work on. And if this is on it, then this is on it.
Did you say so?
I'm on mute also. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I totally understand where Councilmember Mendoza and Councilmember Rary are saying in regards to we're looking at $100,000. We're looking at $100,000, which obviously is our residents' money, so it is important. It's very important. I have seen where we're able to spend more money if we had to go in different directions on other issues. And thank God we haven't had to do that. But in saying that is, we're looking at $100,000. We're looking at about 40-some thousand or 50,000 for youth center, and about 50,000. I mean, golly, it's 91,000 in total, so it's about 40-some thousand each, right? Our taxpayers' money is important, and I totally get that, and we need to respect that. We're looking at $100,000 to really push us into the next direction, to really understand what will it really cost to provide more services to our seniors, additional services, because they're getting them now, but how can we increase those in regards to their facility? But at the same time, we're talking about a group of young people that have been neglected for years. I'm talking years. There's not one center in Brentwood. There's not a youth center in Brentwood. When people were running for elections and campaigns and they would come for and ask for my endorsement, that was my first question was, what are you going to do for young people? And I've asked that for many years, and I've never seen anything happen. We're looking at $100,000 to at least get the opportunity to see what it possibly would take to be able to put a youth center in Brentwood and increase the services for our seniors for $100,000 for 2 projects, not 1, but 2. I mean, once again, I hate to repeat this, but these kids are our future. We're talking about the young people of Brentwood that have been traumatized by a pandemic that has taken them away from social, and they have so many social emotional issues. My sons, I have an 11-year-old. I have a 13-year-old. I'm a father. I have family that have kids in this town. I can only see, for me, $50,000, and it's our taxpayer money, with all due respect, I think they would support this. Man, we're not asking for $1 million. We're not asking for $200,000. We're not asking to break the bank. We're looking for something to hopefully guide us in the direction that we need to be able to do a feasibility study to really know what it's going to take. $100,000 for 2 projects. I'm sitting here and I'm just like, man, this is our future. These are our kids. I work with them on a daily basis. Yeah.
Councilmember Mendoza.
I get it's only $100,000, but I can remember when you, Vice Mayor Rodriguez, were so upset that Deer Ridge wanted a loan of $100,000 to do their lighting and landscaping district. You were upset about $100,000, so I don't think it's bad for us to question the $100,000 because I learned that from you. I learned to question something of $100,000. You're the first one who ever brought that up, questioning the money that we were spending when I've been watching. But and I don't think no one on this council is saying we don't care about the kids. We care about the kids. We just need to make sure that we're being smart about the money. And is this the best place? Can we pay for it? Are we going to open it, spend it, and then it's going to go under? We can't do that either. So we got to be smart about and be strategic. We can't be just now, because you and I are going to be here for a couple of years and then we're gone from city council and someone else is going to take over. So we've got to try to be as strategic as possible. And again, I don't understand why it's so hard to want to understand what is going to give. We did it with COVID. Why can't we do it with this? Or is there something that we're afraid of that maybe we don't want to see what we're going to have to give? We don't want to show residents what we're going to have to give up? Because that's what it's starting to feel like. We don't want to be transparent in what we're going to have to give up. But I don't feel comfortable going through with $100,000. No, I don't, until we figure out how we're going to pay for the $800,000 and step it through just in case we get funding from private donors, and make sure that people are okay with that and be completely transparent. We're going to spend $100,000, and this is what we might have to give up in the future. And that's all we're asking. I don't think we're asking for a lot. And a survey. What do people want? I think we just, again, I think Councilmember Rary mentioned in the beginning, it's the cart before the horse. I just don't work with projects like this where we don't know what we're doing and why we're doing it and what the end product is going to be. And we don't even have an idea of what it could be sports, it could be classrooms, we don't even have an idea. And I think a simple survey from the city would work. And now we're getting better at surveys. We're doing 2 more right now.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I really didn't want to, go into this type of a direction, right? But I do recall that we were willing to spend over $200,000 on a special election, and I do recall that. And obviously, I tried to make the best choice at that time in the sense of not doing that for the reasons why I made my decision at that time. So I have seen where this council has been willing to spend more than $100,000 for certain projects or for certain things. So, you know, and like I said, I don't like going there, but those are those realities, right? And so, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, at this time, unless there's more conversation regarding this item, I would consider a motion on this item. Councilmember Meyer.
I just have another question in trying to move some things along here. If we were to tonight say in 2 weeks at our next council meeting, can we have at least a financial feasibility from the city, as much as we can put together in 2 weeks, and potentially some kind of survey in that? Is that a possibility?
2 weeks? No.
Okay. So how long would it take to do, and I'm not talking about the feasibility like the broader spectrum like Mr. Shannon was discussing. I'm talking about what we've heard tonight about if there was this much of a gap, what would have to be taken away? What would have to be replaced? That kind of how long would that take to put together?
Unless I'm missing something, until we know how the building is going to be used, we don't know what revenues it's going to produce to then know what the bottom line is to your expenditures and your revenue and your net cost for all this. There's so much unknown about the programming side that is critical to understand before we can give you a full forecast. What we provided the council last year was really rough estimate. We put it in bold capital letters, staff's best guess, without knowing the capacities of these facilities, without knowing what the programming looks like. Made some real rough numbers, and we're at our capacity. So we need some additional help to get you more of those answers.
And I understand what you're saying.
Survey isn't going to produce those numbers.
No, it would just give us an idea of what the public wants. But I would ask you to remember that Councilmember Mendoza and I have not seen that rough draft, that estimate, that very broad spectrum look at this. So I'm going back and forth a lot tonight. I feel like a ping pong ball, to be completely honest. I'm struggling big time because there's so many really valid points. I mean, one of the things we haven't even discussed is the fact that we're hoping that we can offer scholarships to a lot of the kids in town who can't afford, and whose families can't afford to pay for regular membership at a youth center. So that could be substantial. I mean, who knows? I mean, that's certainly something that has to be considered in the overall. There's a lot that we can't discuss tonight based on agenda items, and I wonder how much that is hampering us in getting a full picture. I'm still unsure. To be clear here, I'm still unsure. I go back and forth. There isn't a single person on this call that wants to deny our seniors and our youth to have, the quality of life that we really think they deserve. There isn't not a single one of us. I'm on the ad hoc youth committee. I wanted to be on that because I want to be a part of bringing that to our town. I just, every time someone else speaks, I say, you know what, that's a really good point. And I have to say, I feel like after all this time, I am surprised we don't have something a little bit more solid when it comes to a clear understanding of what would have to be given up. So I'm not going to be one to make a motion on this. I'm just trying to express how convoluted this is and complicated. Not that people aren't already seeing that, but I really want people to know we're not drawing lines in the city. We're not drawing lines in who's more important in town and who, youth versus seniors. That's not what's being decided. This is complicated information, and we're trying to make a decision potentially without having all of the facts in order to make a decision. I wish there was an easier way to say next week we have a special meeting where we hash out some of these financials. The week after that, that kind of thing. And if it's not feasible to do that, I'm still not clear on what Mr. Shannon's group can give us feasibility-wise that will help us in a financial decision 10 years from now, as far as the revenues of this and how they can be offset and all that. So if we can't talk about that tonight, that's a hindrance in making a decision. And I don't know if you can answer that or help me to feel a little bit more comfortable in that.
Well, without wanting to disagree with the council member, there was some sentiment that from a year ago during the pandemic, when we had no understanding of what the financial picture would look like, we had some real concerns about How do we commit to some long-term expenditures without knowing anything about what the financial outlook looked like? A lot has changed since. Our estimates were too conservative. We're getting $12.1 million coming in over the next 2 years through the stimulus fund. I mean, a lot has changed since we had that discussion a year ago. What we don't know is what is the capacity of these facilities? What does the programming look like? What does the revenue stream look like? And what does it then cost the city if there's any subsidy involved? Any further delay of this creates some issues. I can't provide any real additional information to the council without expert help. And we have an empty building that we have budgeted this year to pay for the debt service. We don't in the following years. And at some point, we have to come up with some solutions for that tech center. And a revenue-producing opportunity makes a lot of sense and cuts into any subsidy we'd have to come up with from that general fund. So cutting and deferring projects in a budget because of pandemic is real easy. Fifth Beat was a good example, right? We just put it on pause. That's easy. We didn't start the program. Once the revenues looked sufficient, we activated the program again. Talking about moving into a facility where we have too many variables to give you good numbers without a whole lot more information is apples and oranges. It's a whole different picture, and how to get there, we need some help on it. So the council isn't ready tonight, that's fine, but I don't know that we're going to be able to give you a whole lot more information, and we still have these two facilities that need some expert help on figuring out what it's going to cost to pull it off.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, you had your hand up, and then...
Yeah, I know Councilmember Mendoza has something to say, so I just want to make a motion. I'd like to move forward with this. I'll be honest, I wasn't able to make a copy of the red agenda. So I don't have the red agenda. I don't know exactly what I have to say, but I don't mind making a motion now.
Well, there is a motion on the floor, but with permission, if we could get the input of the other council members first.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I totally understand.
I mean, it seems like, you guys don't have the bandwidth, and I totally understand that. Can I get your financial expenses fixed versus variable per month? And then we can go through all of the projects, and I can say, okay, so at $800,000, what do I think we could give up? I mean, I'll do the work. I don't mind I can do financial analysis. And then I can kind of feel my gut feeling of what's going to happen. Can you provide me that?
Are you talking about the rough estimate from last fall, or are you talking about all city stuff?
No, on a monthly basis, you have some expenses that are fixed, that are the same every single month, and then you have some that are based on a lever. So if I could get your fixed and your variable, then I can start seeing, like, what exactly are we going to cut? Like what, and I can start with the $800,000 a month, right? If it's if it's at 8, what does it look like we could cut that, wouldn't hurt, like would be the least painful, and so on and so on. I think, I'll do that if there's no bandwidth for that.
We have financial people that can handle all that. So we're planning to come back to you at the end of May with the budget workshop that will give you all of the city budget information if you want to try to prioritize some of those expenditures then.
So then we could look at those expenses in May and decide, okay, these are the things that we could live without and our residents could live without on a monthly basis. Worst case scenario, we get rid of this group. Best case scenario, we get rid of only this group. How do we feel about the $100,000 spend, giving the items? Because we're going to have to give something up. We want a youth center. Something's got to give, unless you're going to miraculously come up with another $350,000 a year to $800,000, right? So that's my concern, is what is it that's going to give, and how do we think residents are going to receive that? Because if the outlook after looking at those financials is like people are going to like lose it, then why are we going to spend $100,000? But if we're like, you know what, these things are pretty feasible, even though I'm not crazy about the location. If 4 of you like it, that's fine, right? That's why there's 5 of us. But at least let residents know what is going to give.
Councilmember Meyer.
I've been really bad about taking my hand down tonight. My apologies.
Okay. One of the things that continues to be said, and it very well could be a certainty, but it isn't at this point a certainty without further information, is exactly, what is the give and take. There are many programs that are public and private partnerships with cities and communities that fund themselves on a much higher level of funding than we're talking about right now. And so, yes, is it a valid conversation and question? Absolutely. It would be foolish not to have that question and comparison. But I have one question before we go back to the motion that is on the floor from the Vice Mayor to our City Manager. Without the information that this architectural group can bring to us, how will we get that information if it is absolutely essential to have that information to come to an end result, no matter what that result is and no matter where it is in the community?
I don't know if I have all the answers. Bruce, if you want to weigh in, or Carrie, if you have any other thoughts, we do need more information.
Yeah, it's challenging to come up with the ongoing operational cost without knowing specifically, more information about what the programming is going to be. The program element will give us insight into how many youth are using the facility a day, what kinds of what kind of revenue generating possibilities will we have? So it's really difficult to say what that's going to be without more information. I mean, we can, like we did in the summer, we can come up with some rough estimates, but those are rough estimates based on, some guesses. So, it is fair for Councilmember Mendoza and Meyer to ask the question about the numbers that the rest of the council saw in the summer. We could bring those back, but again, those are rough estimates. What this architectural services can give us is, a much more tangible facility that we can then move forward with the community to just add to the process. I mean, the master plan really identified these needs, and we're trying to move those forward. So anything we can do to provide more information to council, we will do that to help you, make an informed decision what makes best for the community. So we're happy to assist in any way we can.
Okay.
Councilmember Mendoza can go after me. I just have another thing I want to say. I won't make a motion right now, but because I know Councilmember Mendoza needs to ask a question or speak. But we're talking about two facilities, two projects. I mean, we say 100,000, and then we say youth center, right? We say 100,000, we want to know how much that's going to cost us for the, this and that regarding the youth center. Just so that we know, the $100,000 is including two projects. It's the youth center and the senior center. So what we're making a decision on tonight is for both of those, not just for the youth center. I totally respect the questions that are being asked, because I would love to know too what it would really cost. But obviously we wouldn't be able to really find that out until we get an architect to give us more detail on what that would look like. I just want to say, from the budget, that rough draft budget with the youth center rough estimate budget, we've already saved $50,000 just on this first step, right? So I'm just saying is, like the city manager has said, and also Bruce, is that these are all rough estimates, right? It might be even cheaper, right? So my whole thing is, please, that we all remember, this is not just a decision for the youth center, it's a decision also for the senior center, because I think that's important to know.
Okay. Do we know how much Concord pays out of pocket for their youth center, or is it fully funded 100%? And not only them, but do we have benchmarks on any other youth centers in any other local cities?
The Concord Youth Center is on private property, and private foundation covers the cost of it. So it's a different model. and so the city's not involved at all, so it's hard to extrapolate from that. But they have a broad variety of different offerings. Ours might have to start out phasing and building over time. As you build up membership, it can expand to other programming over time, depending on the capacity that we have.
Did we benchmark other cities by any chance?
Most other cities are fully subsidized by the city, and then offset some of those expenses with the revenues they bring in from programming.
That's my concern, is that we keep hearing about other funding sources, but you just said that most other cities have to fund it. So when I know that the mayor and the vice mayor brought up funding, but that's not a guarantee. So we've got a plan to fund it all in hopes that we get some funding. Okay.
Not unlike the library or the senior center or the civic center or the community center. This is something
I know,
cities.
but that goes back to my list of wanting to see everything we spend money on, and then what's the give and take? Because I've been waiting for the one on Fairview and Sand Creek forever. And I thought that was going to be a youth center. So we need something, but we've got to be financially responsible, and we can't cut programs that people depend on right now.
Okay, well, there is a motion on the floor. Vice Mayor, if you could verbalize.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know if the language I'm going to use is correct, but I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the architectural group that we're looking at contracting with pertaining to both facilities, which would be the senior facility and the tech center here in the city in Brentwood. I don't know if I said that right.
Okay. Is there a second for this motion?
I am actually going to second it. I think in order to get the information we need to move forward, and we can always decide to not move forward with the actual project. But I do feel that given everything we've heard tonight, I just feel like this is the only way we can move forward and get the information we need. So I am going to second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Margaret, could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
No.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Rary?
Aye. Or I'm sorry, that was a no. That was a no.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2.
Moving on to item C2, presentation by staff on methods to enhance community outreach and engagement with marginalized communities in the city. And Greg Lawson will provide the staff report, and I'll turn it to you, Greg.
Good evening, Mayor. Can everyone hear me? Yes, okay, yes. Good. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Greg Lawson, Public Information Officer for Brentwood, and I'm here tonight to talk about community engagement and establishing a community of champions in our Spanish-speaking communities. I was kind of tasked from Vice Mayor Rodriguez to look at some opportunities that we can do more community engagement and outreach to some of our Spanish-speaking residents here in the city of Brentwood. So I'd like to share my screen, if I can, kind of give a good idea on what we're actually proposing to do here in the city. Just want to see, can everyone see the screen? Okay, perfect. Okay. So as we look at where community engagement is working collaboratively with and through groups of people affiliated by geographic proximity, special interests, or similar situations to address issues affecting their well-being. So what does that mean? Basically, we want to focus on the community's expectations, their assets and needs when designing and implementing and evaluating solutions to some of their issues. We want to value the community members as equal partners. We want to meld community wisdom to assist decisions that directly affect their community. So some things we have to consider when we're doing considerations for community engagement. There's a difference between equal and equitable. And so if you look at equality, that's giving everyone the same thing, but it only works if everyone starts at the same place. Where equity is access to the same opportunities, we must first ensure equity before we can really enjoy equality. And so one of the things we want to do is make sure that when we're dealing with community engagement, it's apples to apples, as they say, as that we're providing the same types of services for all people within the community of Brentwood. And so one of the things, the areas of concern that was brought up were our Spanish-speaking residents are not receiving adequate information about city events and resources, the ability for Spanish-speaking residents to participate virtually in meetings and events, new methods to engage community and encourage participation, also a lack of representation from marginalized community members on city decisions, and also distribution of information about COVID-19 vaccinations to marginalized communities. So there are a few current efforts that we have with the city that are currently going on, and we'll kind of go over those now. The current efforts, we distribute Public Works Department materials in Spanish where applicable. The police department has printed brochures and bilingual staff members to communicate with the community. We provide an interpreter line with over 35 languages, which is available. And we distribute, with the conjunction of CCHS, vaccination information to our marginalized communities. So some of the things that we want to look at on proposed efforts, these are what I call low-hanging fruit, things that we can probably put in place fairly quickly and do, and it will still make a great impact. So the first thing, look at targeting marketing strategies to include outreach materials in Spanish. So some of the things that we do here at the city, we want to look at opportunities where we can have them translated in Spanish. One of those things would be job postings, to start our jobs postings to be in Spanish as well. Park and Recreation Department, they do send out notices that will be available in Spanish. City informational surveys, as we talked about surveys, one of the things we want to make sure is we have city informational surveys that we're going to be sending out that will be offered in Spanish. And one of the things we want to be able to do is make sure that if we are providing those in Spanish, that we are making a concerted effort to make sure they are receiving those surveys so that you really get a broad spectrum of the city as a whole. Also advertise more broadly the availability of our interpreter line. So these are some of the things. One of the other areas of concern is the ability for Spanish-speaking residents to participate virtually in public meetings and events. And so, of course, we'll follow Title VI guidelines to ensure our interpreters are available when requested at any of our council meetings and things of that nature. PIO will research possible technological enhancements for virtual Spanish broadcasts and commission in council meetings and spearhead a grassroots campaign to publicize this. Also, live translations of city council meetings during and post-pandemic. These are some things that we're looking at right now. Another area of concern is new methods to engage the community and encourage participation. And so one of the programs that I'll talk about later is, and excuse my Spanish, I'm going to do my best, but there is a program, it is Campeones para la Caminata. Did my best, I'll try that later, but basically it's community champions. And what it does is it helps to bridge the gap between the city and its Spanish-speaking residents by soliciting community activists to help identify and offer solutions. One of the things we're looking at is researching flash vote proposal to engage our community on key issues with scientific surveys. So when we are creating some of these surveys, we really want to make sure that they're scientific and that we are getting the most bang for our buck. So we're able to make sure, as I stated before, we're looking at the whole community of Brentwood. Also, one of the things we're looking at is to consider a future strategic plan initiative to prepare Citizens Academy multi-week civic engagement course so they can see how we can engage with the community during an engagement type course. And then also one of the things we are proposing is sort of regular town halls with the city manager and key staff to respond to the community concerns and hosted by the mayor and other council members as appropriate. So that's a great way for us to be able to get the information out. And when we look at that, those are things that strive to do bilingually. So we have them in English and in Spanish and other languages as well. So as we look at our demographics, as of 2010, the census of Brentwood had our Hispanic population at nearly 30%. We're really looking forward to see the 2020 census and kind of ascertain what, if any, movement has come from our demographics here. So when we get those numbers from our 2020 census, it will definitely give us a better picture of what we're looking at. So we'll try this again. Campeones para la comunidad, basically community champions. And so basically what I want to kind of get you an idea, this is not necessarily the program in and of itself that Brentwood may or may not engage in. What I wanted to also, there are definitely programs all over the country, very successful programs. And so what I wanted to be able to show you was kind of a model that works and kind of something that you can kind of see. And then we would, I really want to get an idea from the community what works. And so we would really be able to shape it to our community. And so this is just kind of a template of what a program looks like, and then we can kind of cater it as we go. So this program was actually started by the city of Rancho Cucamonga back in 2010 as an outreach effort to their Spanish language community. They recruited a bilingual intern from a local college to champion the program, and that person received college credits. The intern solicited trusted members of the community, primarily elderly seniors, with time to dedicate to the program. The City Council included this program into its community health strategy to foster healthy communities. And the citizens in the area are identified areas of concern, such as safety, access to food, failing infrastructure, and community gardens. One of the things that's most important is when you're trying to put together an overall strategy outreach, you want to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the community. Each community inside Brentwood is a little bit different. And so, yes, probably all of the community needs a park, but is that the main concern of one community? Maybe that community would rather have a grocery store closer, you know, and so some of the times when you get that feedback, you're able to make great decisions on how to move forward, and hopefully that will help council as well move forward in making city decisions. So it's really a good opportunity to really hear from the residents in that community and then cater our outreach to them. They set up a committee, which was formed of 7 to 8 people who met twice a month to discuss the issues. The committee worked in conjunction with city departments such as planning, public works, and police to identify areas of need. The smallest of victories, from potholes being filled to street lights being turned on, that helped the community feel that they were being heard and started to establish trust. The city then began to apply for grants such as safe routes to fund some of the additional programs they wanted to add. And of course, the program won various awards. So one of the keys to success that we're looking at is trying to recruit bilingual and bicultural volunteers to be a part of the program. I think one of the main concerns is making sure that we build trust and relationship in the community. And so there's a lot of different dynamics within the Spanish language community that we really have to take into account. And so what we will do is kind of solicit some help from the Institute of Local Government as resources to assist in engaging. It could be the immigrant population. And so once we are able to find out what that particular community needs, then we have resources such as the Institute for Local Government that can give us guidance on how to move forward. So that's one of the things that we want to do. One of the other keys to success is making it family-centered. So we really want to make sure that when we're doing our outreach, it encompasses the whole community. You know, we're looking at what they need and making our decisions that way. And so we really want to be family-centered. Probably one of the most important things is consistency. And so we want to make sure that we're consistent in being a part of the community. One of the things during my research that I talked to a lot of the different organizations that have done these programs, one of their main concerns is the trust that is kind of fleeting because a program comes in and then they disappear. And so when another great program may come about to engage the community, they're really apprehensive in trying to be a part of that program. And so they really stressed on us being consistent and really taking heed to what we're trying to put into that community and be there for them. The other thing is hold community events and meetings on a variant of days that are convenient to families. So we must hold the community events and meetings on days that are convenient to the families that are not necessarily most convenient for staff. So we have an agricultural component, so we need to look at the agricultural calendar. And what are we going to do to make sure that when we are holding these events, are we holding those events in the evening? Are we holding those events on days that we can get the whole community involved? And so those are some of the things that we want to look at when we're doing that community engagement. We want to make sure that we're looking at the community in totality and what are their needs, and then we adjust to what they need, and not necessarily we push it out to them. We definitely want to make sure we have culturally appropriate programming. So we want to make sure the city as a whole has a good understanding of the culture and the possible cultural differences. So we want to make sure whatever program we're putting together, that we do our homework as a city and that we're making strides to make sure that we're putting the right programs in place and that's beneficial for that community. We need to value the relationships and cooperation, value the relationship that we're going to have with them. And so they really feel that they have a voice. And then also, of course, connecting families with resources and referrals and making sure that we have the resources and referrals that they need and make sure we get the information out to them. Some of the challenges that we see, of course, COVID-19 protocols restrict face-to-face recruitment of community volunteers. That is a challenge. For communities such as that, it's really face-to-face. They're hands-on. They really want to talk with you. You know, they want to have a meal with you. They really want to get to know you and to establish those relationships that really needs to be face-to-face. Can we do some things, virtually? Sure. But at the same time, there's nothing that replaces that face-to-face contact. Of course, establishing the trust. We as a city have not really reached out as much as we could. So we really have to establish that trust with the community and get them to understand that we're an asset for them and that we're there to assist them in any way we can. And then, of course, again, consistency, making sure whatever program we put in place is something that's sustainable and that we can continue to move and grow. Apologize. Okay, so our strategy, one of the strategies is becoming an affiliate of Welcoming America for Guidance. The You, Me, We, Oakley, they utilize resources from Welcoming America to help start their program. So they are kind of somewhat experts when it comes to putting these community programs together. And one of the things they were able to do was have some of the Welcoming American staff to come in and really start the program and push some of the initiatives that really got the community engaged. They created, social gatherings, food, fun, just a whole bunch of different things. And then they were able to provide the services and answer questions to move the program forward. And so we really would look to welcome that group to come in and help us kind of establish those relationships. Also, we'd like to follow the elements of the ILG's public engagement model, which is Institute for Local Government. They have a great model in engagement, and so some of the things that we'll be able to utilize with that model will help us in engagement, and not only just engagement in that community, but engagement for the city as a whole. We'll set up initial meetings with community leaders, hire part-time bilingual staff to help with coordination, create committee of internal and external stakeholders to help us, and really create a brand that is specific to Brentwood. I believe Brentwood is such a great city that although we can look at other models, I think really getting out of the community and ask them, what do you want to call it? What do you want to make the champion effort? They may decide that, hey, we want to create a mural, and that's our staple, and that's our brand. We need to find out from the community what they would like instead of just pushing it on them. And so that's one of the things we want to look at doing is get in the community and have them help us to create the brand that's specific to Brentwood. And then, of course, recruit additional resources. So as you look at the framework, this is kind of a simple model, and there are more specifics that will be put together with this. But one of the things in the first to 6 months, of course, which is not on the slide, we'll have to, of course, hire staff to assist with putting this program together. But one of the first things we want to do is meet with the community leaders, find out who in the community can be the community champion to assist us with the program. We'll set up focus groups to assess the needs, and then we'll solicit neighborhood volunteers. We'll also develop an outreach strategy and plan that we'll be able to sustain on a year, on a month, and then also on a yearly basis. And then, of course, create calendar events. In the second half of the year, we look to host the events, meetings, also work to secure outside funding grants. There are a lot of programs. As you get established, there are a lot of funding grants that are available to assist you with the program. And so that's one of the things as we move forward and really get our program established, we'll have the ability to maybe start to look outside for some outside funding to help us really push this program forward. And then, of course, conduct an assessment survey so we can really see, get a real snapshot of if this program is working and things of that nature. So that's one of the things we want to do as well. So here is kind of the proposal, and I kind of preface this because, what I tried to do was put together a framework of what other programs did as a startup. And so as I did, kind of talk about consistency is key. And so one of the things we really want to look at is if we do kind of go in that path, we do want to look at how can we make this sustainable and how can we be consistent to continue to do it. Due to COVID-19 restrictions, the Community Champions Program's full implementation really won't begin until restrictions have been lifted. We'll be able to do some preliminary work, but really can't do anything until possibly that June type time frame where some of the restrictions are lifted and we can do a lot more face-to-face contact. So as I said, this is kind of initial startup costs, and the council can look at, if they want to look at funding on a broader scale and maybe increase or decrease, that's something there. What I really just try to do is give you kind of an idea and what other cities have done to start the program. And so the cost during implementation will consist of a paid intern or part-time staffer, which is about $15,000 annually, as well as some minimal startup administrative costs. And we are proposing a 12-month pilot program starting summer 2021 to analyze engagement and effectiveness. Milestones to measure would be number of committee participants, citizens' participation in city events and meetings, survey response rates, and community feedback. So some of those are kind of our milestones that we want to look at as we move the program forward. But as I said, this is really more a template that we are using just because that is how other cities started their program. So I did want to talk about, and this is something that's outside of kind of the community engagement for that specific community. I did want to give the council an idea of some of the things, and they'll work in conjunction with community engagement that we're doing for our Spanish-speaking citizens. But here are some additional outreach efforts that are in place that we're working on. And one of those are the flash vote proposal for scientific surveys. That is a key as we're looking to do more surveys. It gives us an opportunity to really hone in and get the right questions asked. Also be able to look at the data and see what residents are asking. And then it also gives us the opportunity to meet those residents where they are. So if they happen to speak Mandarin or if they happen to speak Spanish or any other language, this gives us the opportunity to be able to send that scientific survey in their language. And hopefully we'll be able to get better feedback from those surveys. One thing that I'm very excited about is the new city website, which is in the works. I see a class. Yes, so unfortunately, our website is probably 20th century, and although it looks okay from the outside, there are some challenges internally when it comes to making some changes. So a lot of times when changes are needed to be made, it does take a little bit of time. So we are excited. We have that in the works, and it will be very user-friendly, and it'll have a great opportunity for people to really be able to go to our website and find the things that they need. The other thing we have going is the Brentwood at Works video series, as you've seen, kind of our first one. But we have some other great videos that we're going to do to really tell our story here in Brentwood. We're looking to start a project update e-blast. And so that will give residents opportunity to sign up for an email blast. And when we do have some updates on projects, we'll be able to send that information out via email. And one of the things we're hoping to do when the website comes into play, we may be able to also be able to send the information via text. So there's a lot of opportunities there. The City Department Targeted Satisfaction Survey. So we do have a survey that will be coming out soon to get a good sense of what the citizens of Brentwood are asking and some of the services that they're receiving from the city. So we do have that in the works as well. We have a data dashboard that's in the works to be able to have the ability for members of the community to see what the city is doing. And so that will be available here shortly. I talked about the City Manager Town Hall, which is another opportunity for us to kind of tell our story and give some insight as to how kind of city government works. And then, of course, the city newsletter, which is something that's in the works as well, to be able to give more information and more transparency. So that's just some additional outreach efforts, like I said, absent of what we're doing with the actual Spanish language outreach. So I just wanted to give the council kind of an idea of some of the things that are in the works. So from this point, if you have any questions or anything that I can answer, please feel free to ask away.
Councilmember Mendoza, that was ninja fast.
I'm excited. I think this is great. I think it's great. I know that your focus was Spanish speaking, which I think is fantastic. But I'm wondering, I know that Vice Mayor Rodriguez brought up Spanish speaking, but Susanna, Councilwoman Meyer has been very big on overall communication. And I don't know if you're on our local Facebook pages and next door groups, but there was a lot of talk about people not knowing how to participate in government. Can we leverage all of this for the entire city, not just Spanish speaking, I'm wondering? And then the other thing is, can we leverage I think we have it's the Brentwood Neighborhood Committee. Can we leverage them and make them some kind of liaisons with the city also? Because I think we were going to refocus what their mandate was and what they were doing. Maybe they can help out as well. But I don't know if you know me, but if I had 150 people on the call, I would be excited of all over the city. So I think this is fantastic. So thank you.
Sure. And probably just to answer that question. And so for this, it was really targeted to what Vice Mayor Rodriguez really was looking for. We do have kind of an overall strategy for community engagement, and that may include some of the neighborhood committees and so on and so forth. So hopefully that kind of answers that question.
Councilman Parker.
I would have to agree. I'm all about engagement. I'm loving seeing some progress in this area. I feel like it's something we've been talking about it for as long as we've been on council, but it's been going on for years. I know it's a constant goal, and it's something we're going to always have to be doing better at. So I'm glad to see this. I would agree. I think it definitely needs to be a citywide approach. I know that we've got a lot of older adults in town that aren't able to take part based on, our hours, for example. So I think the idea of, we talked about having the videos available even post-COVID, that we still do a virtual version of the council meeting. We did talk about the Brentwood Neighborhood Commission as a potential platform for moving some of these things forward, and I think that's a future agenda item, if I recall. The newsletter that I asked to be put on the agenda last meeting, I think this is part of the discussion we're having now. So I don't know if that's going to get its own amount of attention and discussion, or if this is just kind of all lumped in together. But I have a couple of statements and questions. Do you have a timeline on the website?
That is, don't really have a good time frame on the website, and the reason being is we want to make sure we do have we do have a company that we've already gotten a bid from, and we're ready to move forward to start the process. But I don't have a clear understanding, because there's a lot that has to be put in before I can say, yes, it'll be ready September or ready June, you know. So I don't have a good time frame as of yet, but hopefully it will soon.
And it sounds like I was going to bring up something that one of our residents wrote into us or an email, and it sounds similar to what you're talking about, but I want to make sure that there's a comparison here. She was talking about kind of a hot topics page where people can go in and click on the things that mean the most to them, so that they receive some sort of notification, whether it's email or, like you mentioned, text or whatever, if those things come up on council agendas, or if there's a town hall, if there's some development in that area. Is that similar to what you're talking about?
There is a possibility with the website. There is another portion of the website that will allow us to do that. Like I said before, the unfortunate part with the website that we have currently, it's really challenging and to be able to respond and give that information right now. But we do, we're kind of putting our heads together to figure out ways that we can be more engaging, and so with kind of the capabilities that we have currently, and we're going to do our best. But yeah, I think what you're looking for, some of that will be addressed when we have our website up and running. It will help.
Okay. The other thing I really feel like we need to improve on is, and you mentioned that too, the transparency thing. And I think a lot of what you're talking about does line up with that, which I love to see. I'm with Councilmember Mendoza, and that I would love to see over 100 people on here every single time. And I think being clear about the process and being clear about people's voices being heard and them being a part of our process is a really strong way to move forward. I wanted to mention, I know that in the past, we have had a translator at council meetings when they were live, and that there wasn't a lot of use and engagement with that project. And I know you were not here at the time. I know there's all kinds of differences between then and now, but I'm curious if someone can share with us what didn't work then and how we're addressing making that work now.
I'm going to defer to Tim.
We tested it on kind of a pilot basis for, I think, a few meetings. Before then, we weren't able to meet in the chambers anymore. I don't think we did much with engagement out in the community to let them know we had that resource available at our council meetings. So that's something that we could improve upon now that we've got Greg here, extra resource with lots of experience in this, and help us find ways to better let the community know that that resource is available at the meetings. And then I just wanted to answer a question you asked earlier. We worked your other future agenda items into this, so the newsletter, full reign to discuss that as much as we want tonight because it's on the agenda, as well as the future possibility of adding ad hoc committees to address hot topic issues. So that's full reign for you to discuss tonight as well. And then the Brentwood Neighborhood Committee, that's coming back on the April 27th. That committee actually met to consider some ideas of what they'd like to do. And we want to bring that back to you to bless that and make sure that they're working on things that you want them working on. So that'll be at the next meeting for sure.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. I got too excited about all those updates. Come back to me, please. Hopefully.
Well, if I could just maybe insert real quick then, we're looking at doing a digital newsletter, but I think there was some interest from you as well to maybe mail that out quarterly or monthly.
Yeah, actually, you're right.
Here's some of your thoughts on that. Give us some.
Sure. In fact, it's interesting because after I brought it up, we started to receive some comments from residents and some emails about it, which I thought was great. Saw some things on social media. There were people that were talking about potentially adding it to a utility bill, doing it on a quarterly basis, just including it as something that goes out to all the residents already. You and I have had several talks about different ways of not only being transparent, but being proactive and educating our residents so that they have a clear understanding. I have an agenda item on this later, but the ADU situation that we find ourselves in, and I know we've got some people listening that are probably concerned about this, I think we need to be more on top of things like that. If we aren't going to just be reactive a week later, we need to be in front of it. We need to understand this is going to be a concern. Let's start a campaign before anything happens. Before we start reading about it on social media, let's get messaging out there so that people know we are aware of these things. We're working on these things. We're we're concerned about your concerns and we're going to address them. Here's where we fit city ordinances versus state mandates, and here's how we work within those guidelines. And I think that's one of the things we need to work on more. And I think newsletter will help with that, the hot topics, potentially ad hoc committees. A lot of the things Greg was talking about will help with that. But honestly, it is a deficiency in the city right now, and it causes a lot of angst because we're not in person. People are getting their information online. They're seeing headlines, and we go back to this all the time, but there's not enough information being put out in a way that's, I think, respectful of the interest level that we have in Brentwood. And I'm so grateful for the level of interest and engagement we have from our residents. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And I've mentioned this before, I watch other council meetings. I don't see a lot of, engagement's different in every city, but I love the engagement of Brentwood residents, and I want to keep that going, and I want to make it better. So part of that is being transparent. The mayor talked about doing a state of the city, which I think is great. I think there was some concern around that. We heard from a resident today about why are the Rotarians hearing it before the rest of the city, before the rest of the council heard it too. But that's all about making these plans in advance. It's like projecting, like Greg has been doing now. He's doing some projections for us and sending those out. I like that idea. I think that proactive, transparent communication and engagement, education, all those things are really going to make us stronger. The newsletter, I do like the idea of digital and print. If the digital can be monthly, perhaps, and the print can be quarterly, if we've got some feedback from residents, I would love for people that are on the call right now to send us some thoughts on that. I think it's going to be that much better and richer for the contributions from what residents are feeling about this kind of thing. I think we could reach out to some of our groups. I would love to reach out to the Brentwood Seniors Club. What would you like to see in a newsletter from our city? I think there's engagement that can come from that. You could do a first issue and say, okay, people, tell us what you want. And I think, Greg's more engagement on Facebook and Nextdoor could also help with that sort of thing. We could ask people live, what do you want from us? What do you want to hear? What do you want to be engaged with? So this is one of my favorite subjects ever. I could talk about it all night, but I do want to give other people a chance as well. I'll probably have more later.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez, I'm sorry.
Yes. Greg, I just want to thank you for the wonderful presentation that you did. And obviously, like all the council members, right, I think that we really need to do, we could do better engaging all the community, right? I remember growing up in Brentwood at the time, there was 2 or 3 African Americans in our whole school, which is crazy, right? And we've seen the changes. You showed some data. There's been a lot of changes in that. So I think that we also have communities that are not Spanish speaking, they're still not engaged in meetings and involved in things. So, because I'll be honest with you, everybody looks at a certain portion of town and, there's a lot of Latinos and farmers, but there's a lot of African Americans that are living in that community too, right? Where I think we could do a better job in engaging them. So, in saying that, I think that obviously you did a really good job, but I have a couple of questions. And one is, who would be facilitating or participating in the community of champions? And I guess, and just to give you, I don't want to catch you off guard, but give you a heads up. My concern is, I'll be honest with you, I've been working with nonprofits for about 29 years now. So I've been out there for a long time, since 1992 or 1991, a long time. But in saying that is, a lot of organizations come into communities, right? And they do all this work, but they really don't know the community per se, right? And then they leave, and then the community's left with whatever they've got. So I guess my question is there going to be some community involvement in the sense of city staff, community leaders? They're going to help the community of champions, but also there's another group you have mentioned. I know the one with the farm workers. I mean, the other program from that came from Cucamonga or something like that. So I'm just wondering, are we going to have staff and community leaders be part of that? So let's say if they transition out, we can continue the wonderful program, wonderful work that was put together and established.
And that's actually one of the goals. The community champions is really the community. We also, one of the things we want to do is dedicate a staff member to really champion the effort to keep the committee going and keep the community going. So if we do have the committee, loses a member, we're recruiting a new member to assist with the program, because we really are looking at the community to tell us what they want, and we're there to help facilitate. And so one of the problems I think is a program of going to a neighborhood and it's specific to one thing. So maybe that program comes in and they're specific to healthy eating, right? And then let's say the funding disappears. Now they disappear. We're not looking to do that. What we're looking to do is be a part of the community, and the community helps us to continue to make efforts to increase different types of programs. And so we really want it to be in a sense that any program, you want to come to Brentwood and be a part of this program, because this is Brentwood's program. This is not someone came in and they started a program and then it didn't work for them and then they disappeared. And so that's why we call it community champions, is because you're going to be a champion for your community. You're going to be the ones that are facilitating the needs and the efforts of that community.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask that is because, there's a lot of different definitions, right, of leaders, right? There's a lot of different definitions. But to me, some of your strongest leader is, the mom, right, that lives in the neighborhood, or the dad that's over here in the neighborhood, that a lot of people don't even know. That's who you need to talk to, who basically can help motivate and encourage people to be part of this process, right? So a lot of people forget that, they think it comes with titles. And a lot of times the people that are the true leaders don't have large titles. They're just humble mom and dad kind of people. So my thing is, through this process, I'm hoping to see is, especially within those communities, is that we're tapping into those people, right? Because I'll be honest with you, they're not going to go on Facebook. They're not going to go on our website. They're not going to go on none of these things. We got to go to them, right? We got to go to them and educate them and show them some of the things that we're doing and inspire them to hopefully help us develop those programs. So I'm hoping that we're going to do that, I guess. And I know there's another program that was mentioned and I know them very well, Welcoming America. I guess it's a program that's being done in Oakley, which is great. I just have learned over the years, if you want to create sustainability for an organization or a group or a program, you've got to make sure the key people within those communities are engaged and involved in that, right? Because at the end of the day, the city shouldn't be telling those communities what they need to do. The community needs to tell us what they need from the city to be able to accomplish the things that they need to do, right? So one other thing that I just, as a suggestion, right, there's different community events, and this is one of the things that I'll be honest with you, before I even got on the city council, I used to always say, what the heck does the city do? Because I never see them, right? Who are these people? They show up once a year or every 2 years to put up their signs at my house, but I don't know who these people are. So one of the things that was always frustrating. So my thing is, how can we get involved in the community events that are being organized by the community, if that makes sense? If it's having a booth, if it's helping passing out waters, if it's doing this or doing that. Because one thing I've learned is when the community sees you with your T-shirt on and you say good morning or good afternoon, how you doing, sir? Or you help an elder pick up their bags. That's how you start to establish that respect from the community, not through a presentation, right? Because you go up there and speak, everybody, okay, that's great, next, right? But when you're getting dirty, your hands-on, the thing that was nice when we did the COVID-19 with Olivia and Parks and Recs with Bruce's staff, beautiful, right? Because you had city staff, you had Brentwood Strong, you had all these different groups, local churches, they were all engaged, and the community was able to see that. So I would just like to see us, instead of hosting events, maybe, actually being in events that are already being hosted by the community itself. And to me, obviously, we're all going to want to see record numbers, right? Well, we want to see, Greg, you're on the hot spot, right? We're going to want to see 500 people at the next meeting. So you better be ready for it. People need to understand those things don't happen that way in those communities. To build engagement, to build solid engagement, it's going to take time, especially in communities that have been I'm not even going to go there, but, that don't have that trust or that belief in city, right? So it's going to take, I totally understand your position. It's going to take you time, and then you're going to have to connect with the right people. So in saying that is that in regards to, I know that we had an issue with, not too many people were using the translating, right? Well, that's because, and I think the city manager said it really well, was we weren't engaging the community yet. We put that first, and then the people don't even know that exists, right? So I'll be honest with you, Greg, I know that I'm a city council member, but I've been a community organizer for 29 years. And any time that I could help out, or people that I know that can help out, we're more than willing to do that. But I really believe that we need to be out there and participate in some of their events. There's Miguel that owns the Boots store right here. I just went over there today with them. I ended up in a meeting for like an hour with one of the residents there. That's how you build those relationships, right? That's how you get to know the community. So thank you for being on board. Thank you for your presentation. Like I said, I know this isn't going to be easy. I think, like all the other council members have said, there's a large African-American community here in Brentwood. There's actually a large Filipino community here in Brentwood that I think that we also need to be open to embrace, not just the Latino community, but all those as well. Yeah, man, I'm excited. I already got names for you to talk to. So I was writing them down while you were speaking.
Before we go to Councilmember Mendoza, I've noticed sometime back that Councilmember Rary is no longer on the call. Tim, has she let you know that was intentional, or? Oh, okay.
Yes, she had to leave the meeting at 9:20 due to not feeling well.
Okay. Wish the best for her. Councilmember Mendoza.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I think one of the biggest advocates for this program is us, right? So I think that we can put it all on Greg's shoulders, but we need to be inviting people to meetings. We need to be the biggest champions that we have. So I don't think we should lose sight of that. I mean, I hope that, Johnny, you said you were speaking to someone. I hope you invited them to the city council meeting and let them know that they should come and give their point of view. I think us inviting them is the best thing ever. I mean, I do it online all the time. I tell people to come. When I run into them, I tell them to come, and I'm like, you can come and yell at me, or you can come and tell me we're doing a good job, or you can just come and give me some feedback. But I would like to see a component where the five of us own part of the communication. I don't know if we divide up the town, like do we have it by districts, but I know that we're not all districted right now. Like, I don't know how to do that, but I think that that's important too, is that on an ongoing basis, we decided to run, we should own that also, is getting people to come to meetings.
Thank you. Well, if there's no more questions of staff right now, I will open public comment. Margaret, if you could open public comment.
I received one public comment prior to the meeting this afternoon. It was from Cassandra Youngblood, and she provided suggestions on civic engagement. A copy of the email will be posted on the City Council agenda page. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature. I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted after the timer expired. I currently see 2 speakers with their hands raised, Carolina Villaseca and Rod Floor. I'll go ahead and unmute Carolina now.
There we go. Good evening. So another barn burner on the books. Regarding this, I've also done a lot of community volunteering, specifically at different schools around Brentwood. And I don't envy your work coming up, because I was the English as a second language parent chair at Pioneer, and we have a group of Hispanic parents who don't speak much English. I was the translator for them. We had a lot of Filipino parents who also spoke no English. I couldn't help them. I don't speak Tagalog, and it is not even remotely similar to Spanish for me to be able to try and like fake my way through translations with that. And we also have an African American community which, you know, spans a huge range of socioeconomic. I don't even know what to say. I'm tired, but so my suggestion is to also research what events these groups would like to do, to make sure, you know, and if the city can sponsor it in partnership with nonprofit organizations, because then you start building that trust, and you can start tapping people to help you, and you start getting to know what's important to those communities. Right now in Brentwood, the most popular thing are crab feeds. Every group has a crab feed. That is the fundraiser for Brentwood. Yes, it's delicious, but like, I don't eat crab the way it's served at these crab feeds. That's not how I grew up eating it. I'm Latina. We didn't eat crab that way. So my point is, while that is lovely, and I do buy because I believe in the organizations that use it as a fundraiser, it's not particularly compelling to me as a Latina. So that is my suggestion. As you're doing the research to engage with these groups, find out what events we can sponsor in Brentwood. You know, how fun would it be to have the Independence celebration in September from Mexico, because it is not Cinco de Mayo, it is in September. And how awesome would it be to have people come out with folkloric music and folkloric dresses and serve the food and invite the community to learn and partake. So that's my suggestion for you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rod Floor.
Thank you, Margaret. I wanted to congratulate Greg for coming out and doing this for our community. I think it's a great thing. All the things that he's talking about doing tonight are wonderful. I think I can echo other people when I say you've got your work cut out for you. I know getting a website perfect is not a small thing. Yeah, everybody uses the web and people kind of take it for granted, but I, for one, know how tough that can be. So we'll be patient, looking forward to all of that, looking forward to maybe getting something in the mail again. You know, when I moved here back in 2011, we were getting mailers from the city from time to time, and I actually quite enjoyed getting them. So hoping to see that, hoping that some of the community outreach techniques that you're developing for communities that need attention, you can maybe adapt to communities that are just going through something. So like when the people over living by Armstrong were going through Goodwill, it would have been nice to have a little bit more community outreach to them. And, you know, we've seen a lot of movements here, Deer Ridge and Shadow Lakes being one of them, where people have had to come out and really make noise to even get themselves heard at the city council. So it's nice to know that we're being paid attention to. My suggestion would be, as you engage with communities that feel like they're not part of the larger community, that you don't just communicate with them, but communicate with the entire community, with the entire city. I've been listening to Councilmember Rodriguez for 2 years now come in and say, well, his people or those people, whatever people he's talking about, feel underrepresented. They're not, you know, being listened to. They don't trust the city, but he never tells us what they say, right? So I don't know who the people are that might need some outreach. I don't know how to help them. You know, do they need computers? What do they need? And also, just as you have events for them, try to find ways to bring different communities together, because I don't think that we really get where we need to go if we're not mixing together and being together as a city. So I hope that that's a goal for you. Other than that, really glad to see you here. Glad to see what you're doing. Been noticing your posts on Facebook and Nextdoor. So appreciate all of that. And if you ever want to know what the hot issues are in the city, just follow us at the Alliance, and you'll know what's hot. So hope you enjoy that. But we will absolutely amplify anything that you put out to get people involved, because that's what we're all about as well. Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
Okay, well, at this time, then, we will close public comment, and we'll move on to council discussion and Councilmember Meyer.
Thank you. I wanted to mention, Tim briefly brought up the ad hocs as one of my previous agenda item requests. And I feel comfortable at this point knowing that the Brentwood Neighborhood Commission is working on changing their mission and potentially discussing, presenting to us, I guess, what their thoughts are, then we can incorporate that. I don't know that we need to decide on any ad hocs until we know where that is going. So I don't feel compelled to bring up ideas today until we know what's going on there.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza.
So I think in regards to newsletters, that's something we're deciding tonight, or because I agree. I mean, I, like Rod, I miss the newsletter. We used to get it all the time. I actually used to put on a magnet on my fridge until I got the new one, just in case I was wondering what was going on. And then we stopped getting it. So can we talk about starting that up? And again, I know there's an expense associated with it. So I don't know if we have that estimate. And so maybe once a quarter instead of once a month, and then maybe a monthly one online. But then with the newsletter, we have to decide what we're going to put in it. So, you know, we used to find out what developments were coming, you know, what was going on, because that's kind of one of the hot topic issues. The ADU issue has been a big one. Like, that would be something that would be front and center, because there's a lot of noise around that. But so are we deciding now that we would go ahead with a newsletter? And then I guess, and I know this started just for Spanish-speaking people. I think that's important. All people of, you know, with different language barriers, it would be great. But I think it needs to be a broader thing. It needs to be the entire city, because we're hearing this from not just the Latino community. I mean, we hear it online every day from a lot of communities. They don't know how to get information. So I don't think it's just a Latino community issue. I think it's citywide. So so make sure we're going across everything. And then how often are we going to do a newsletter? And then can we all have guests? Like, can we all have a little column? Like, I think that would be fun.
Yeah, so we're looking for some direction tonight for the newsletter, and Greg is on board with it. He's done these before. The city's done them before. The reason they went away was because the city started moving more towards social media, but we also recognize that not everybody's on social media. Not everybody can recall what was on social media and may need a tangible thing to read as well. And so we're committed to putting a newsletter together, monthly, quarterly. We're willing to do either one. If it's a monthly print, then that might require a future budget thing that we can work into the May budget, just to make sure we've got sufficient budget to mail all those out to, 23,000 homes, something like that. So figuring out how to send Spanish-only versions of the newsletter. We may just have to incorporate them into one newsletter, since we don't know where the Spanish speakers only are, unless we can figure that out. So there's some things we have to figure out operationally and internally that we'll figure out, but obviously trying to address the hot topics. We don't want to send out a newsletter that nobody's interested in reading. So it needs to be of interest and address the topics that people are interested in reading about. But we're ready to do that.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Okay. I was just wondering, just following up on the newsletter, do we ever get any feedback on from the Spanish-speaking community, like when they get their bill or anything like that, like they need? I'm just trying to figure out how we're going to do the newsletter, like mailing it out. It'd be great if the Spanish-speaking households could get a Spanish one. But could we, I mean, I'm all about the surveys, as you guys know. So do we do a survey?
It might have to be based on, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I just don't know how to.
It may be based on request, find out who wants a Spanish version that we can print and mail to them. And maybe that's one way to get there, but we can figure out some ways to get there.
Okay, sorry.
There's another option as well, depending on how you want to. I know we had talked about the monthly newsletter and then, of course, the quarterly newsletter. I think one of the things, if we limit our scope in regards to our newsletter, there may be a way to do kind of a front and back. So and I've done that in the past, where even if we've done even a 3-page type of newsletter, there's an ability to put one portion of the newsletter in English and the other portion in Spanish. And so there are kind of different ways to do it. I think, like I said, one of the challenges is making sure to be able to have the ability to send it all out. It does take some time and formatting, and electronic newsletter is pretty easy to do and send out pretty quickly. It's all the other things that kind of takes a little time, and putting all those elements together and then get it printed and so on and so forth. So, but it can be done. So I won't say it can't be done. It's just, like I said, logistics, putting it all together.
Yeah, we could even put like a little box on the back, like gustaría este folleto en español, and then you tear it off and you drop it off in the box where you pay your utilities downtown. We could do something like that, too. I mean, just a thought.
Councilmember Meyer.
I'm going to say this again because I do like the idea of monthly digital and quarterly print. I was going to suggest at one point that we have a block that is in Spanish language specifically that gives, here's the bullet points of what this month is about, and if you would like a copy of this in Spanish, reach out to whoever that part-time translator city staffer would be. And I think that whole, doing a kind of around the whole realm, I'm tired too, sorry. I can't think of any of my marketing phrases right now. The campaign that's going to hit us at every level. It's going to be next door. It's going to be social media in every way. It's going to all refer back. And that's how I think we get that engagement going too. I would love for there to be a column that talks about state bills. Honestly, I think it would be really helpful for our city to understand, here's what we can change, here's what we can't. Here's how this bill that's pending is going to impact us. Here is how something on a federal level is going to impact us on a local level. I think of something that's regional, like regional news and how it's going to impact you. There's Delta surveys about what you want to happen with your water and your oil drilling and those sorts of things. So I think you could do a regional, you could do a state or federal. I think those kinds of things, even if they're brief and they link to a bigger article that's available on the website, I think those are important. It goes back to education and really helping people to understand Brentwood's its own world, but it's got a lot of impact from a lot of other places beyond Brentwood. Like I said, even regionally, that makes a difference. I've seen a lot of good newsletters from other cities. I tend to like something that's a little bit more engaging and has some graphics and infographics that kind of brings you in before you even start. Kind of like, Greg, like what you're already doing on the Facebook post. I like that kind of thing. I think it's very engaging, and it's also less of a drag, to be honest. Like sometimes you get something in the mail and it's all print and you're going, oh, I just finished working, I can't read another document. But when it's got a little bit of color and feeling and movement to it, I think that's really helpful as well. You were going to say something.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, one of the things just in my experience, you really, the challenge when you're public service and city, unfortunately, we'd love to be able to send everything out, but then once you send it out, it's attached to you. And that makes things somewhat difficult, when there's some kind of controversy or something that were to happen, because then they attach it to the city and say the city said that or the city did this. So,
I totally get that.
However, there are great opportunities out there for us to do a lot more educating of our public. And I think, like I said, we're getting there.
And you bring up a very good point. Yeah. You bring up a really good point when it comes to like the statewide and federal and regional and all that. And I think there are some really good day job influencing right now. Really good sites for bill tracking, for example. There are sites that help you learn how to engage with your senator or your assembly member. And I think things like that are just very black and white, that are clearly without bias, without any kind of influence, those would be really handy to share with people. If you have an issue with your water, who do you call? If you have an issue with oil drilling, who do you call? If you have an issue with your employment, your unemployment, Who do you call? Those kinds of things, because those are 3 different levels of government, right? But not everybody gets that. Like, you know that you can actually reach out to your senator or your assembly member if you've got a question about some kind of state issue like the DMV. So I think things like that are educational but are unbiased would be helpful. We've talked in the past about doing exactly like what you're talking about, those videos. If I see trash on the side of the road, what do I do? You know, at a city level, I think that educational piece is going to be really critical, and I think it'll make it even more interesting. I like the idea of featuring community members who do good things, like a little, short column on someone that another community member maybe volunteers their name or nominates them, and then someone can do a little quick story on them. I think that kind of feel-good stuff, like that. There's that Hannah young lady that stands on the side of the corners and holds up signs saying, "You're doing great, keep going." And I love things like that. I would love to learn a little bit more about Hannah. So hopefully Hannah's family is listening right now. She's being recognized. But there's so many people in town doing such incredible work. I feature a nonprofit as, a feel-good type of piece, but also here's your resources. Not any bias about it, but if you need food, here's who you reach out to. If you need help with your rent, here's who you reach out to. And I think that's it's very basic, uninfluenced, unbiased information that is resource-driven that I think is really helpful, especially now when so many people are suffering. And A, they need connections to resources, and B, they need something to feel good about. I'll get off my soapbox.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Real quick, I second what she says about you're here to me, Susanna, pointing at you like the Brady Bunch, but about highlighting our own residents. I saw a thing about Willie Mays. Willie Mays is fantastic, but then I'm like, Daphne Muse, who lives here in Brentwood, is a phenomenal civil rights movement African-American woman from Berkeley who has one of the largest collections of private letters from the Bay Area during the civil rights movement, and she's phenomenal, right? So it's like, I agree with you, Susanna. There's really amazing people in Brentwood. I mean, Johnny's lived here forever. I'm sure he knows people that have done a lot for our town over time. So I think that, maybe highlighting people who live here would be not only fun, but give us a sense of pride in living in Brentwood and getting to know the neighbors that we have that I kind of might be missing a little bit because we are this town where we drive to work and we drive back, right? So getting to know people a little bit more. So that's a good idea, Susanna. Thank you.
Well, I just want to agree with everything that all the council persons have said on every level. There's a pretty good brain trust here when it comes to this topic, especially. I also want to comment on what Miss, I don't know if she pronounces her name Villaseca or Villaseca, but Carolina, when she said bringing the different cultures together to showcase their events. I've lived in a lot of places, and the best places I've ever lived in really focused on the great diversity of the different groups that were in the community and really showcasing what makes them special and unique, as well as what also makes us all very similar. And when you get all of these cultures together, one of the greatest things you find is most people are very much alike in the core values of what they want. They want to love, they want to be loved, they want to be respected, and they want to share their stories. And when you get people together like that, it makes the community so much stronger and so much more vibrant. I would love to see components like that happen here downtown. What better location than be able to bring everyone down to what is the community center and highlight the treasures that we have in our various cultures here. I think that's an amazing idea. So at this time, if someone would like to provide a motion to move this forward.
I would like to provide a motion to, let's see, move forward methods to enhance community outreach and engagement from marginalized communities in the city, in addition to all of the other wonderful ideas that we've had about engagement. Would that work?
And I'll just clarify that the two critical things are the community champions, community.
Yes, and moving forward, the community champions and the newsletter.
And the newsletter, those two items, yes.
And quarterly print.
Okay, we have a first.
I second that. And also, well, no, that was your motion. Like, include us. Like, make sure we're part of your champions.
I would also like to include in my motion that the city council members are part of the community champions we've been discussing.
Yep.
So we have a first and a second. Could I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous, and let the record reflect that Councilmember Rary is absent from this vote.
Okay, moving on to item D1, request for future agenda items. If you have a new agenda request, please raise your hand and I'll call on you in order. Councilmember Mendoza. I'm sorry, Meyer. Getting late.
And I just have to say, I'm really glad we didn't need a tiebreaker for the last vote. This is going to go back to that transparency thing, and it's also, I mentioned earlier, we were briefly discussing the ADU situation. I am sorry, Mr. Au, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, didn't get the chance to speak. We did receive your email. I would like to know if we have a process for notification when a permit is pulled that could potentially impact a neighbor, home value, quality of life, parking, any other challenges that a neighbor could be impacted by. Do we have a process when a permit is pulled for some sort of notification, and if so, what it is, and if we don't, can we make one? Is that enough to work with? Because I think
we may be able to just get you
I'd like to expand it.
We may be able to just get you an off-agenda answer to that question if we already have something in place. If we don't,
it depends, though, if I think it's enough. But go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, I also have a future agenda request regarding the Contra Costa Historical Society and the Nail property. If we could have staff bring back a report updating us on the status of that property, the history of the property, as well as potentially having council give direction to move forward with I don't know, feasibility of a partnership to some degree to implement that piece of property into the economic development and agricultural process of the community. I know it's really late, I'm sorry. And
yes, your intent is clear.
Oh, okay. Are there any, yes, Councilmember Meyer.
I would love to learn more about that. I do feel that since Councilmember Rary is absent, she was very interested in finding out the feasibility of something similar for the John Marsh Historic Trust and doing some sort of comparison between the two projects or even considering them independently. Can I raise, on her behalf, can I raise an agenda item for that? Because I feel like this is all part of that same discussion. I would hate to see one get approached without the other.
Sure. Council members get to request items, and the whole council has to direct action on it, so that it still works. Yes.
Okay, great. And I'd like to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you on my behalf also, because you're exactly right. Those are two very, I believe, important and similar things. If there are no more future agenda item requests, we'll move on to item D2. Future agenda item request from Councilmember Mendoza for City Council discussion of and possible direction to staff related to review of Municipal Code Chapter 1.24 Administrative Citations. Councilmember Mendoza.
Yeah, this was around what happened with the Deer Valley fines, but it's not really around the actual citations. It's around how do we let people know what's going on? So I think it kind of goes back to the one Councilmember Meyer just brought up. How do we tell people what's going on? Like, so if they called something in, so all of these people knew this was happening, how do they find out that there's going to be a date where this is going to be seen in front of the city and then their attorney, and how do we do that? How do we better communicate? And I know I have brought up the software that was purchased. That's supposed to be project management software. So I kind of want an update on where we are on that. Can we use that to inform people about what's going on? Because I just feel like a lot of what happens in Brentwood and why people get upset is because they find out after the fact. And another example would be today or yesterday, there's a new development on the residential development page, and no one tells us. No one tells us at all. We saw a Facebook post about a gentleman who said that he's putting in an application for planning commission on a school, and it's all over next door, but no one has any information. So there's all of this gossip and all of this noise that causes a lot of angst, and I get a lot of calls. I'm sure other people get calls too. So how do we deal with, so it wasn't really about the citations per se when I brought it up. It was how do we tell people when things are going on so they can step in and participate?
Good evening, Council. I'm joining you in lieu of Damien, who had to step aside. So through the mayor, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, just a friendly reminder that the way in which this is agendized tonight really is a linkage to an overview of the administrative citation process in the municipal code. So, Councilmember Mendoza, I hear you have a broader interest, but for tonight, we really do need to limit the discussion to that topic. So if you could help me out there, that's appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. So how do we let people know when things are coming up, like when there's these little hearings that we have, I don't know what they're called, like when we review the fines, does the fine stick? Do we make them pay it? Do we not make them pay it? How do we let people know that that's going on? That's my question. I don't know, Tim, if the software, how far you are on the software, where we can put projects in there and they're accessible to the public, where they can, look up different citations and see where they are in the process.
Yeah, we can go back and look at that municipal code section and come back with some options to better inform the public about what's going on. So we can look at that and come back to you when we have something ready.
Okay. Do we know how far, because I would like it to be in that software that we already paid for. Because then no one has to reach out to staff.
Software is about applications. This is about administrative citations and appeals hearings. That was what's on the agenda tonight. So if that wasn't what you wanted to discuss tonight, we can certainly come back with something.
I think when I brought it up, I brought up the citations and the software at the same time. Because remember, I mentioned the software.
Yeah, we got you an answer on the software, and that's not related to this administrative citations process. So maybe that's what we misunderstood.
Well, I think there's a disconnect.
Okay.
I think there's a disconnect. Can we
We can come back with more information and options to better notify the public about those administrative hearings, and whether it's the software or not. I don't think it is. I don't think the software will do what you're thinking, but we can come back with some direction.
That's what I was wondering. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that would be great, because, more resident engagement would be fantastic.
And then one of the other things we thought we might look at while we were looking at this administrative citations code is how the hearing officers are selected and whether they're from the city or not, if that provided some additional interest for the council to consider. So we can come back with those kind of options as well.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mendoza. Margaret?
Well, we're done. I'm not sure if we were done yet, but that's okay.
Do you have anything else on that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was saying, when you bring back the options on that, can we review the training they go over? Because I'm not sure if was it a training issue or was it that they work for the city issue, that kind of thing?
Neither.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thanks.
Okay. Margaret?
I received 0 written public comments on this item. If you wish to speak on this item, please raise your hand using the Zoom feature, and I'll call upon your name if provided and unmute you to speak. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes per person, and your microphone will be muted when the timer has expired. I see one hand raised right now. Rod Floor, I'll go ahead and unmute Mr. Floor.
Thank you, Margaret. Yeah, I've waited a long time tonight to speak on this. Many of us watched the hearing on the Deer Ridge violations. After the fact, it got out, and to the city's credit, that was made available for us to see, and we really appreciate it. We were pretty mad about the ruling, and then after we saw it, we were much madder about the way that our city staff was treated by, basically a thug, Roberto Brudical, and his attorney. And we had basically three concerns. One concern was that there was no representation of the people who had made the complaint, right? So they had no say in the process at all. The second thing that we were very concerned about was that Mr. Brudical and his thug of an attorney came in there and they brutalized our city staff. Our staff does not deserve to be treated that way. It was disgusting to watch, and I'd like to know where Damian Brower and his staff were, because there was no attorney there to represent the city. If the person's going to bring an attorney, then we should bring an attorney. And especially the last thing that was really upsetting to us is that an obviously unrecalcitrant person who did everything he could to not comply and, try to make it as miserable as he could for everybody, was somehow forgiven $41,000, which is a real slap in the face. The city needs the money right now. And by the way, we're paying for our own study for the LLAD, and we could have used that money, right? We had a use for it. And there is no reason to forgive him. Nothing he did was forgivable. His own statements were taken at face value. There was nobody there to rebut anything that he said. He was a pack of lies. The man is a liar. He's been lying to this community for 3 years. And we're so sick of him. And for an unwitting city employee who had no idea of the background of the thing, I get you want somebody impartial, but how can they be impartial when they only hear one side? The whole process needs reviewed up and down. So those three things: no representation for the complainer, forgiving somebody who was not trying in any way to comply and had to be forced into it, and failing to protect our city staff with an attorney when another attorney is there brutalizing them. So those are things we'd like to see brought forward and discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have an additional speaker, Carolina Villaseca. Carolina, I'm unmuting you now.
Good evening. Am I unmuted? Yes. Okay. Hello?
Hi, yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I just wasn't sure. I didn't get a reply, so I was like, I don't know if I'm muted or not. For a bigger picture item, for the rest of the residents of Brentwood who are trying to keep on top of things, it is really difficult to know where projects are in the pipeline. So if there was such a program where you could just look up certain projects and see where they are, because now I have to check the agenda of every single committee. It seems like I spend my life in meetings just to make sure that I'm up to date on what projects are, where they are they good projects, are they bad projects? I just have to bring Amber Lane Apartments up again. I had no idea that was a thing until after it had been approved by City Council, and then it went through planning, and then it came back to planning, and I happened to sit on that call, and that was a ridiculous call, 45 plus changes, and it still got approved. And, like that whole thing of having to be at every meeting to track every single step of every single project is not sustainable for anybody who has a job, which is most of the people in Brentwood. Everybody has an opinion on projects, but they can't sit through all these meetings to wait and give opinion. Bridal Gate is another one. I mean, there were people who were wanting to speak, but 12 o'clock is a little late and people have to work. One of my friends was like, well, I wanted to say something, but I got to get up at 4 a.m. because she is a nurse. And so that's her shift. So she couldn't stay on the call. So it's important to have some mechanism by which residents of the city of Brentwood can stay up to date on what is happening and be able to provide the input that city council needs on whether this is something the city wants in a slightly easier way than what we're doing now. It's just like, it's almost 11 o'clock and here we are. So, the program, very important, very, very important. I can't stress enough how important that is. Thank you.
There's no additional speakers with their hands raised.
At this time, we'll close public comments. Is there anyone in council that has additional comments or conversation regarding this item? I'm going to move my screen now. I can, there we go. Okay, I'm seeing everyone now at the same time. I see no further comments, so I need a motion for this. Do I have a motion for staff to spend time and resources on this issue?
I'd like to make a motion that staff, I don't have the red thing in front of me, so I'm doing the best I can. I'd like to make a motion that staff do more research when it comes to this situation.
I second that. Okay.
Do we have a first and a second? Can I get a roll call vote?
Councilmember
Margaret, just before you start in on the vote, forgive me, just for clarity of my own notes, that's requesting that staff spend time and resources on the review of Chapter 1.24 administrative citations to bring back to the City Council for future consideration. Is that right?
I couldn't say it any better than you. That was great.
Thank you.
Do we have a first and a second? A roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mayor Bryant?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Rary absent.
Okay, at this time, we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Have a first and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Mendoza?
Yes.
Councilmember Meyer?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mayor Bryant?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 with Councilmember Rary absent.
We are adjourned. I want to wish Councilmember Rary a speedy recovery. Hope she gets to feeling better very quickly. And thank everyone. Thank you, staff. And again, it's really wonderful to have all of the council back together, even this way for right now. It seemed like it was so long. Be safe, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Goodbye.